I'd like to welcome everybody out to the Central Region RAC meeting. It's Thursday, November 7th at 6:08. The division has asked us to read the following statement on how we should act and how the process should work. It says, welcome to the Central Region Advisory Council meeting. This meeting is being held in person at the Central Region office in Springville, as well as being streamed live on YouTube. This public forum allows you to express your opinions and ideas on wildlife management in our state. This RAC considers your feedback on proposals before us today and reports them to the Wildlife Board. The Wildlife Board, not the RAC, is charged with setting wildlife policy for our state. Wildlife management is complex and sometimes it's emotionally charged. We all have ideas and opinions about what is best for Utah's wildlife. It's why we're here today, and that's a good thing. We encourage those who want to express their opinion at today's meeting to fill out a comment card. Those are located out in the foyer on the table. And then you'll turn them into either Scott or Braden. We expect those in attendance to respect the people who speak, especially those whose views don't align with our own. Respectful behavior helps facilitate efficient meetings where RAC members can listen, digest, and address the concerns, ideas, and proposals being presented for consideration. Disrespectful behavior includes booing, yelling, cheering, or laughing while someone is speaking. You can also help maintain a respectful space by referring to other people by name instead of the descriptors of their physical appearance, demeanor, or gender. If this behavior occurs, the RAC chair will remind attendees to be respectful. If the behavior continues, the applicable individual or individuals will be asked to leave. Lastly, please help reduce distractions by putting your phone on silent. And if you need to take a call, we ask that you step outside. So I'm Mike Christensen, and I'm the vice chair, and Brock's out of town, but he's joined us virtually. And I like what he always just says, just be nice and be civil to each other. I'd like to welcome everybody out. I would like to introduce everybody, starting over here with Scott and who you represent.
Scott Jensen, Public at Large.
Eric Reed, Bureau of Land Management.
Joshua Leonard, Sportsman's Rep.
Josh Greenhall, Sportsman Rep.
John Ziegler, Citizens at Large, Non-Consumption.
Mike Christensen at large.
Ellen Heyer, Agriculture.
Bryce Castaneda at Large.
Drew Eline, Forest Service.
And Braden Shepherd, Agriculture.
Thank you. Also online, we have Paula Richmond, and in person, Gary Nelson from the Wildlife Board. And I'd also like to go ahead. Oh, yes, we got Jim and Brock online. So Jim and Brock, could you introduce yourselves, starting with Jim?
Yeah, Jim Schuler, non-consumptive.
Brock McMillan, Academia.
Okay, thank you. We also have Dax Magnus, Kent Hersey, Rusty Robinson, Lindy Varney, and Chad Wilson here, who are from the division and will present the topics tonight. And then we want to welcome any public that are watching on YouTube. I think that covers all the bases from that sheet of paper. So we need to start out and have an approval of the minutes that were sent out. If everybody had a chance to review those, if we could get that motion.
I'll move to approve.
I'll move we approve the minutes.
So we had was that Jim that? Okay. Jim with the motion and Braden with the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, so just want to remind everybody that we got the comment cards out in the foyer. Please fill one out if you'd like to comment and turn that in. And then like to give a Wildlife Board update from the.
We need to approve the agenda for this.
Oh, and the agenda.
Yeah.
Minutes. So
I think we can just amend Jim's motion and I'll second it. Jim, are you okay if we amend your motion to approve both the agenda and the minutes for today's meeting?
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any in opposition to that? Okay, so moved, so approved. Okay, so move forward to the Wildlife Board meeting update. It's going to be a long meeting, so we're trying to get going and get moving along. So in the Wildlife Board meeting from September, the following motion was made by Kent Johnson, seconded by Paula Richmond, and passed unanimously. They approved the agenda. They unanimously approved the minutes. They unanimously approved those minutes too. Following motion was made and passed unanimous. I move that we ask the division to study the possibilities of increased opportunities for spear fishing and look at the impact of spear fishing on fisheries in Utah. And they placed that on the action item log. And that was something that kind of came through our RAC, so that was good. Then this motion passed 3-2. Move that we accept the division's proposal regarding ice hole size, but ask the division to monitor and use monitor the use of ice holes and the size of ice holes being used and report back in 1 year. And like I say, that passed 3-2. Then they had a motion to accept the Manning Meadows and Barney Reservoirs and reevaluate those in 2 years, and that passed unanimous. They had a motion to accept the balance of the fishing recommendations, and that passed unanimous. They had a motion to approve the amendments for the valuation of real property assets, and that passed unanimous. They had a motion to accept the conservation permit audit, and that passed 4 with one recusal. They had a motion to accept the conservation permit annual report, and that passed 4 with 1 recusal. They had a motion to accept the expo permit audit as presented by the division, and that passed 4 in favor with 1 recusal. They had a motion to accept the expo permit allocation as presented by the division, and that passed 4 with 1 recusal. And then they had a motion to form a landowner association committee, and those members were passed unanimously, and put Eric Luke on as a representative. Let's see, and then they passed unanimously to approve the 2025 RAC and board meeting dates. And I'm sure that all had you sitting on the edge of your chairs to listen to all that. So, okay, I'm going to move now forward to Jason. He has the regional update from the division.
All right, thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. We'll go ahead and get the update going here. This is always an exciting time of the year. For me, we have a lot of different hunts going on, big game hunts. Hopefully they can get the presentation showing, but for me right now, I have several sons and some younger sons, and they have lots of friends that are hunting as well. And it's always exciting to see when these first time hunters are able to harvest a deer. And this is one of my son's friends and friend of the family down in San Pete County, and was able to harvest a nice buck off the Manti unit there, and super excited for him, and just glad he was able to do that. He'd been looking forward to this hunt for quite a long time, and was played a soccer game that morning and had to get away from the soccer game to go hunting. So it was a good deal, exciting. Go ahead, Mike. From our wildlife section, pheasant season is here. And as with every year, we're going to be releasing quite a few pheasants throughout the region during the month of November. Additionally, we've been busy with some of our conservation species. In this case, bats. Up at Strawberry Reservoir, they're going to be removing some of the buildings up there where bats are actually been using to roost. We've been putting up some roost boxes so that they're able to remove those homes, and we're hopeful that those bats will be able to use those boxes once those homes are gone. And then we had a deer check station the opening weekend of the deer hunt in Spanish Fork Canyon. We checked through about 130 animals came through that check station, which is about what we normally have at that check station every year. Interesting, the average age of the deer that came in was probably around 2.5 years old. Right around a 3x3 was the average points, size around 15 or 16 inches. So, and that holds true just about every year. It's really interesting how that just that trend stays there. Go ahead, Mike. I think we'll move on, try to get through these. Our aquatic section, a lot of monitoring going on through our aquatic section. Spent a lot of time on the Middle Provo River. Had a lot of help from our partners on that, and then some gill netting up at Deer Creek, and you can see that 14-pound walleye there. So, or sorry, rainbow trout. So good stuff coming out of Deer Creek. We had I've mentioned multiple times over the years the Provo River Delta. We've been working on it with our partners for about 5 years now to redirect the Provo River as it enters into Utah Lake to provide some habitat for the June sucker. Finally, the work is completed. We had a grand opening last week, and we've already had a lot of people taking advantage of the area. We've got quite a few duck hunters down there. It's great for duck hunting, bird watchers, a lot of fishing going on down there. So if you're into any of those things, we'd sure love to see you down there. And then Strawberry Reservoir, we had the kokanee egg take was completed. Took about 1 million eggs from the kokanee this year. A little bit lower than we had hoped for, but those numbers are lower across the state as well. So we've got some work to do on kokanee eggs to get some for next year, get some kokanee for next year. And then if you remember last winter, we had a report of a walleye in Strawberry Reservoir. Our aquatic staff spent some time early in the winter to come up with some detection programs that ran through the entire summer and are still going on. A lot of netting, angler reports, and some environmental DNA. And through all of that effort, we haven't detected any walleye in Strawberry. We'll kind of crunch those numbers this winter and come up with a strategy for next summer to continue to monitor that. Habitat section, really busy this time of the year trying to wrap up some of our projects throughout the region before the snow hits. Some of the important things we do, a lot of them are our WMAs. We want to try to make good wildlife habitat for that. In many of these cases, it's going to be mule deer habitat. Throughout the region, they planted over 100,000 seedlings, browse seedlings primarily for mule deer to come into and have forage in the winter months. Working on some other WMAs on removing pinyon and juniper trees to free up the understory for the sagebrush and the grasses. And then also we do have quite a bit of summer range work going on, and with our partners on the forest, we've been able to work on quite a bit of country down in San Pete on the Manti, as well as up on Strawberry Ridge, 12 Mile Canyon, and doing a lot of good summer range work up there, provide some summer habitat. In our outreach section, we have our youth pheasant hunt scheduled for this Saturday out at Pine Canyon WMA out in Tooele County, just east of Tooele. We're excited for that. A lot of youth will be out there. Looks like we've sold out there, so it's going to be a great event. We've got with our folks and our law enforcement, and just way excited to have the youth out there and help them harvest some water or some pheasants out there. Earlier in the month, we had a duck decoy placement seminar here at our office. We have a pond in the back where Derek Murdoch was able to go and put some decoys out and help us learn what that should look like as you're trying to draw in ducks. That is on our DWR YouTube channel now. And so go ahead and go and check that out. There's some good information there. And then dedicated hunters have been busy this past summer and fall. Over 48,000 hours of service have been provided statewide to this point. And then law enforcement, they've seemed to be starting to be busy year round anymore, but you know, the big game hunts are obviously a busy season and overlapped by the waterfowl season as well. They've had a big investigation going on up in Springville, Mapleton city limits with some people taking deer within the city limits there at all times of the years without permits. At this point, they've taken 10 deer heads that have been seized, and they continue to work through that investigation. So a lot of good work through that. Waterfowl season, like I mentioned, finding the normal number of violations, or the types of violations, I should say. I've got some of those listed there. So as you go out there, just be careful as you're shooting to know the regulations. Officers saw a lot of good bucks harvested this year during the rifle hunt, and spent some time at an administrative checkpoint on Skyline Drive with the Southeast region as well. And still receiving a lot of calls for trail cameras around water holes and along game trails. So with that, I'll go ahead and close. I will mention one last thing for our RAC members. Our deer capture season is coming up really quickly here within the next few weeks. So if any of the RAC members are interested in coming out on any deer captures, go ahead and contact me or Sydney Lamb, our wildlife manager, and we'd love to get you out on those deer captures. And with that, Mike, I don't have anything else, but if there's any questions from the RAC.
Thanks, Jason.
All right, thank you.
So it looks like we're up to our action items. Agenda number 5, and Dax will be presenting on the statewide mule deer plan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. If it's okay, maybe just really quick, I have one error that I found in the plan after we released it, and then in the plan, the proposed buck to doe ratio objective for our premium limited entry units is 40 to 45. And in one part in the plan and the objectives, it was listed as 35 to 40. During the committee process, at one point, that was the objective we were going with, and I think I updated the plan at that point, and then we changed our mind in a later meeting. So I missed that one. I apologize for any confusion that may have caused. So just to clarify, the proposed buck to doe ratio for premium limited entry units would be 40 to 45. And then I guess also just maybe to help facilitate a good discussion, this is a little complex as there are a lot of issues. Like we've got 3 or 4 different presentations today that all kind of came about as part of this deer plan revision. But, you know, in the deer plan itself, like this agenda item, we're talking about the habitat management strategies, buck to doe ratios, you know, general season versus limited entry designations. And then the next agenda item for research, we'll be talking about, you know, restricted weapons hunts, antler point restrictions, that type of thing. And they're connected, but in the deer plan, it doesn't specifically talk about antler point restrictions or restricted weapons. It just talks about, you know, conducting research to look at those types of strategies. So I know some people are probably really anxious to get up and talk to those things, and that's the next agenda item. And then the season dates after that, you know, it all kind of builds on itself. And we may end up having to go back and forth a little bit, but just to kind of remind ourselves, like right now it's just the deer plan, and then we'll talk the other, then we'll talk season dates, then we'll talk, you know, youth strategies, that type of thing.
Perfect. And like I said, we might overlap a little bit, but we'll try to keep it in line. So thanks.
Yep. And happy to answer any questions, provide any clarification, or do whatever to help facilitate a good discussion. Looking forward to this.
Great. So from the RAC, do you have any questions for Dax? Scott?
So Dax, in that vein regarding potentially adjusting buck-to-doe ratios on our premium limit entry hunts, some of the information that was talked about was slower population growth rates when we have more mature bucks. And I just kind of curious about some of the conversation that may have been held in the committee regarding buck-to-doe ratios in our premium limiter hunts and how that might impact the number of permits available there.
Yeah, so, in the presentation, I talked about this a little bit, and if any of you attended or watched the board work session last spring, Dr. McMillan, Dr. Randy Larson from BYU talked about this big data analysis they've done and looked at deer herd productivity and what factors appear to be influencing herd productivity. And, no brainer, the most influential factors that affected mule deer production, mule deer productivity were weather related. We don't have a lot of ability to control the weather. But the first factor with the strongest influence on herd productivity that is something we can probably manage was buck-to-doe ratios. And the data would indicate that higher buck-to-doe ratios lend themselves to less productive deer herds. The does aren't as fat, survival is lower. So this is something we looked at, and you look at some of the historic data when we had all-time highs for deer populations in the state of Utah. We were hunting deer pretty hard in those days. A lot of units had buck-to-doe ratios even in the single digits. It's not an experimental study. It was an observational study where we looked at data, and that was something we talked about and became probably one of the major themes in the recommendations that are coming through as part of this plan revision. That we want more deer. Number one, that's our primary goal. We want to do the right thing for the species. We want more deer, and it looks like managing for lower buck-to-doe ratios could potentially help us to have more deer, have higher productivity, higher survival. So that's one of the things we looked at and took into consideration. We tossed around a lot of ideas. We talked about maybe managing some units for an even lower buck-to-doe ratio than the 15 to 17 and 18 to 20, which are currently our lowest buck-to-doe ratio objectives. We just couldn't get consensus on choosing units. Everyone thought it sounded like a good idea until it was proposed on their unit that they like to hunt. So we ended up sticking with where we're at. We feel like by shifting more of the units from the 18 to 20 category to the 15 to 17 category could help. Also, some of the things we're proposing along with this plan that would let us have more ability to actually manage to the objectives that we agree on and set in the statewide plan. And managing buck hunting a lot of times is a game of trade-offs. There's trade-offs, and there is a strong demand from our hunting public that they want some hunts where they can hunt, see higher buck-to-doe ratios, higher success rates, older age class bucks. Those are our limited entry and premium limited entry units. We are recommending shrinking those buck-to-doe ratio ranges a little bit on those hunts. On the limited entry hunts, going from 25 to 35 to 25 to 30. And on the premium limited entry units, going from 40 to 55 to 40 to 45. But they're still relatively high, and it's just part of those trade-offs. We would anticipate we'll probably see lower production on those limited entry, premium limited entry units. And there's not a lot of them in the state. There's some, but again, it's just kind of this trade-offs. The majority of the state, we're proposing to manage it for 15 to 17, some units for 18 to 20, and then a handful that would be managed for, limited entry and premium limited entry at those higher ratios. I don't know, does that give you the information you're kind of looking for, Scott?
Yeah, it does. I guess a second aspect to that is just wondering if we were to drop those values another increment, how does that contribute to point creep and antler quality?
Yeah, so, if you manage for lower buck-to-doe ratios, typically what you see, it's harder to find big bucks. You don't see as many bucks. Success rates are lower. That being said, there's always still a handful of big bucks taking on pretty much any unit in the state. Just right here in your backyard, you got the Wasatch West, the Nebo that are managed for 15 to 17 currently. There's always a handful of really good bucks that come off those units. They have good habitat, they're productive units. But generally, if you manage a unit for lower buck-to-doe ratios, you can expect to see, fewer bucks, younger bucks, lower harvest rates. So, if you lower the buck-to-doe ratios even more, you would expect, more opportunity, fewer bucks, lower success, younger bucks.
Yeah, maybe in that I should have specified, I was more thinking of the limited entry units on that.
Okay. Yeah, it's the same thing, just maybe we're looking at it at a little bit different scale, but it's the same phenomenon. You'd expect to see the same things. A limited entry unit managed at 40 to 45 looks a little different than a limited entry unit managed at 20 to 25. And if those were lowered more, again, you just start to see some differences there in how things are.
Any other questions for Dax?
Dax, I had, we're not quite to comments yet, but maybe just give the people here in the room and myself a little bit more understanding about the splitting those units, Ochre Tintic, Cedar Stansbury, West Desert Swayze, and then also the West Desert Beaver East and West. Maybe just remind us why we did that.
I'll talk to the Beaver East and West a little bit, and then maybe we'll have Jason Robinson, the district biologist that covers those West Desert units, come up, and Jason can maybe dive into more of the detail on those ones. That the splitting the Beaver East and West, the west half of the Beaver units, like the Mineral Mountains, Bald Mountains, it's lower deer populations, fewer hunters on that side. And there's been some demand for years now. There was a wildfire in the minerals, maybe a decade ago now. I don't know. I get lose track of how long, a few years, 10 years, I don't know, same difference to me these days. But there's been some desire to try something different with that unit. It came up in I think a couple management plan cycles ago for the statewide deer management plan. And then this go around with this deer management plan revision, there's been a lot of push, folks wanting us to try some things, do some experimental things. And we looked at that one and said, hey, this is one where we think we could split it and try some different things there. And that is part of the research proposal, that the Beaver West would be restricted weapons for muzzleloader and for any legal weapon hunt. So, but that's kind of the story there. And I-15 is the divider between those two halves of that unit. There's not a lot of movement between those sides. They're fairly separate populations at this point. So, and then, does that answer for Beaver? Yeah, and then we'll have Jason maybe can dive into some details on.
Yeah, I want to make sure Jason was able to be up on the microphone since he came from a long distance to be here. So thanks, Jason.
Jason Robinson.
Was that not on? Thanks. So we've been doing a bunch of work out there looking at movements and that kind of thing. And we wanted to kind of look at with this new data, do the boundaries make sense? And when we looked at the data and plotted it, so we're talking a decade worth of deer collars, roughly 400 deer collared in the West Desert area, as well as elk, but we'll kind of talk about deer. What we saw when we looked at this data is one glaring area, which was the Eagle Mountain area. So along basically the border between the Ochre unit and the Tintic unit. And what we saw was that's a major migration corridor. So the deer are basically summering on the Ochre range and then wintering on the Tintic range, but they were in two different units. And what we like to do is try and have these units managed for the population of deer. And in kind of conjunction with that, we also saw very little movement between the Stansberries and the Ochre, vice versa. There's one area called South Mountain on the kind of the south end of Tooele Valley that has deer on it, but most of those are Stansberry deer. And so we saw very few going from the Ochres over to the Stansberries. And so it just made a lot more sense from a deer movement standpoint to then lump the Ochre and Tintic together. And then we also looked at the Stansberry and the Cedar Mountains, and not a lot of deer movement, but there's a lot of similarities in habitat and precipitation patterns. And so we have a lot of good survival data on the Stansberries for fawns and does and that kind of thing. And they're more similar in precipitation and habitat than the Stansberries are than they are to the Ochres. And so by lumping those, it allows us to kind of manage those based on precipitation, survival rates, that kind of thing. The Vernon unit, looking at the movement data there, looked really good. When we originally drew those boundaries, looked good. We didn't need to really make any kind of adjustments there. So that's kind of the justification behind some of this. And there's other aspects of hunting and that kind of thing, but that was really kind of the main reason, is to really look at this from a management perspective and capture those habitats where the deer are moving.
Thank you. I've got a question for you, Dax. So I was a member of the Mule Deer Committee, and I see there's 4 or 5 other members here tonight in attendance. I just want to throw that out there before I ask you my question. So we talk a lot about buck to doe ratio, and I think that's kind of the what we use as we go through the public process. But can you explain to us what else goes into permit calculations besides buck to doe ratios?
Yeah, so when we recommend permit numbers in the spring, yeah, so, and I guess while you're saying that, and as we jump into this, yeah, there's a lot to this plan that's beyond how we hunt bucks, but that's the part that it seems like we talk about the most, and that you get deer hunters together, they want to talk about deer hunting, but there's actually a lot of stuff in the plan that's not necessarily about buck to doe ratios or how we hunt bucks. And if you have any questions on habitat or mitigation strategies, I'm happy to talk about those, although I suspect we'll spend most of our time talking about how we hunt bucks, which doesn't really help us grow deer particularly. But so that being said, yeah, when we've been doing this deer survival study for over a decade now, where we're starting to really get dialed in and have really good information on deer survival, on production and fawn survival. We're looking at adult survival, fawn survival. We're looking at added on representative units spread across the state. And we got to this point where we said, rather than being reactive and managing to, a 3-year average of postseason buck to doe ratio classification information, we can look at our survival data. We can look at the body condition of animals as we have deer in hand every year starting, in the next week or two. And we can use those data in conjunction with our current population estimates. Our population estimates are based on classification data and harvest data. Now we have mandatory harvest reporting. The quality and quantity of data available to us has gotten better and better and better, to the point where we look at the population size, we look at habitat conditions, we look at the condition and health of the animals that we have in hand, we look at previous survival rates and trend. We also look at that current year's survival rate and what the weather conditions are, to anticipate what survival might be. We do that in the spring when we're setting permit numbers. We look at historic harvest data when we had similar conditions and for the last several years. And we take all that into account and essentially project what we think will be available that fall based on all those pieces of data, which are increasingly better and better data. And then we make a recommendation to manage to the buck to doe ratio objectives in our plans. Is that what you're asking, Mike?
Yeah, and I think that's what we need to hear. I really do. I think it's hugely important that everybody knows that we're not just managing on buck to doe ratios. We're managing on survivability and what you project the health of the herd would be. So thank you for that explanation.
It's really evolved a lot in the last few years. And we're really excited about the ability, if any of you watched that board work session last spring, when we've had periods of growth, we didn't really increase permits to capture excess bucks that were available to be harvested during those periods of growth. And then and deer population cycle, they ebb and flow, they grow and shrink. And then when we have periods of decline, we usually cut permits, but then we don't usually add them back when our populations grow. And it's been an issue, and it's led to this thing where a lot of folks can't get a permit, aren't able to go hunt. We have units that are above the objective, yet we still can't increase permits. And we have folks sitting at home that could be out hunting. And that's some of the stuff we tried to tackle in this plan. We don't want to overhunt our populations. We just want to manage to these objectives. And we have really great evidence that the objectives we're trying to manage to, are fine biologically, from an animal health standpoint. If anything, maybe a little on the high end if we're having bad weather conditions. But yeah, that was a priority that we tried to incorporate into this plan as well.
Thank you. Any more questions for Dax?
So Dax, great job on putting together the mule deer plan. A lot of detail in it. I'm zeroing in on one line item in it, and that has to do with predator management. As a non-consumptive member of the RAC, I'm compelled to ask why here in Utah, where the cougar population is currently under considerable pressure, would DWR include in the proposed mule deer management plan the further removal of cougars and other predators as a means of restoring a larger and healthier mule deer population? Bear with me just a moment. I'm going to present just a minute's worth of information that I'd love to hear you comment on. I ask this because it seems clear that you cannot kill lions to solve declining deer. That has been shown to not work. This has been the conclusion of many published peer-reviewed studies, including one by Colorado Parks and Wildlife, which concluded this once again in a presentation of a 6-year study just last year. Deer populations decline primarily because of overhunting, severe weather, disease, habitat destruction, human encroachment, and food availability. Predators do, however, play a role, but is often a beneficial one. Mountain lions have honed their skills as deer hunters for about 8 million years, believe it or not. And with CWD at epidemic levels among deer and elk, lions are known to preferentially kill CWD-infected ungulates, cleansing the population of disease and strengthening its resilience and reproductive health. Lions not only selectively target mule deer infected with CWD, but are equipped with a gut to remove CWD from the environment. In my opinion, CWD is the most serious risk to the future of hunting today. In Colorado, which is where I was able to find the most current data, CWD infects 42 out of 51 deer herds and 17 out of 42 elk herds in Colorado as of today. So in addition to why would we include a predator management component to the mule deer plan, do we know what the infection rate numbers are here in Utah? Thank you.
Oh, great comments, great questions there. Yeah, we do have some data available to us in Utah that no other Western state has. As I mentioned, we've been doing this survival study for coming on a dozen years now. And one of the really unique things as we switch to GPS collars is the ability to have biologists or field personnel respond really quickly when we have a mortality to determine exactly why that animal died. So we have cause-specific mortality information. And what you say is true in a lot of areas where cougars are probably not the limiting factor that are regulating deer populations. But that has been one of the findings that we have observed in Utah, and perhaps it's because we have some unique data that isn't available in a lot of these other states. But we have observed units where we see top-down influences on population where cougar predation is a limiting factor. And we've observed that on the South Manti. Right now, it looks like we're seeing that probably on the 9 Mile unit, the Zion unit. And there is some literature to support that, not just from Utah, but there is some literature to support that when you hit cougar predation levels in that 7% range, it can start to become a limiting factor on deer populations. So we already have, as you mentioned, very liberal cougar hunting regulations in the state of Utah, largely due to some actions taken by the state legislature. And on many units, cougars are probably not the limiting factor holding deer populations back from growing. It probably is bottom up issues where habitat shortage or fragmentation, that type of thing. But on some of those units where the data does indicate that cougar predation may be a limiting factor. Those are the places where we would propose to do additional cougar removal, probably working with partners like Utah Department of Ag and Food, in addition to cougars that might be taken by hunters. But again, it's a relatively small number of units.
Do you happen to know what the CWD infection rate is in those units where the cougar number, predation numbers are high?
So I wish our wildlife vet were here tonight. She's probably got it on the top of her head better than I do. We do see some CWD in the state of Utah. We have a few hot spots out in the Uinta Basin. There's some areas near Moab on the Manti unit, and then a little bit here along the Wasatch Front.
I believe, I mean, I don't want to jump in and answer, but.
Help me out.
On the Zion and the 9 Mile, which are the units right now that you are concerned about, there's not CWD present.
We haven't detected CWD on those units right now.
Kent?
I was just gonna add, South Manti, we don't have it. The only real hot spots that we have CWD of high prevalence are Fountain Green area, LaSalle, and maybe on San Juan, and then also up in the Uinta Basin. But none of those are where we've observed the top-down effects of cougars.
Well, I can tell you, as a physician who's taken keen interest in CWD, it is a bad disease and it is coming.
I actually
and-
agree with your assessment that
and
CWD
I-
potentially poses the largest threat to the future of hunting.
Absolutely.
It's terrifying.
And I think that respecting and maintaining a healthy predator population can be a major positive effect on limiting CWD within our state.
That's
Thanks,
good.
Dax.
Further questions from the RAC? Scott?
Maybe just give us a brief synopsis of some of the habitat projects that the state is pursuing to increase mule deer populations.
Yeah, so I guess I'll touch on one of the strategies in the plan. One of the goals we have in the plan is to treat 100,000 acres a year. And that encompasses a lot of different things that happen if we have large wildfires. You know, a lot of times, depending on the elevation of the wildfire and what might be available in a natural seed bank, we'll go in and do additional seeding to help jumpstart some productive, good plant communities in those areas. We do a lot of work looking at pinyon juniper encroachment, where we have conifers encroaching into areas where it starts to become like a monoculture. If you've ever walked through like really thick pinyon juniper forest, there's hardly any understory. Some pinyon juniper are good for mule deer, but those thick, just giant, overgrown mature stands that go on and on and on aren't good for mule deer. So we do some lop and scatter projects where we'll go in to try to break that landscape up and create more, more usable habitat, more diversity in the plant community that exists. We do a lot of water development. If you spend much time hunting, or whether it's hunting deer or hunting birds, you probably run into a guzzler or two. And we've installed thousands of guzzlers around the state and store a lot of water that's available to wildlife over a longer period of time versus, just maybe a few puddles right after a rainstorm. Our habitat section does a lot of work. They do a lot of proactive work coordinating with our federal land management agencies. Utah's 75% public land. They're always looking at proposals for development or impacts that could occur on federal lands. And we have an impact analysis biologist in each of our regional offices, as well as some impact analysis staff in our Salt Lake office that provide comments on the types of projects and proposals that might happen on federal land, and propose ways to minimize negative impacts to wildlife, or suggest mitigation to offset impacts that might occur when some of those changes happen. We've continued, we had it in the last plan, we have it again in this plan, that 100,000 acres a year goal. And over the life of this plan, that's 600,000 acres. It's hundreds of millions of dollars that have been spent on habitat development in Utah. We definitely lead any other state in the West just by leaps and bounds as far as the habitat work that's done. And it's really all important. And I don't want to undersell the habitat work. Maybe we need a habitat biologist to come and talk, because we could spend a couple of meetings just talking about habitat work, but it's been a high priority in the state of Utah for a long time. And it's been really a collaborative project that we do with a lot of partners. We have a lot of sportsman groups that are really involved and engaged in helping to raise the money to help fund these projects and go out and implement them on the ground. Great partnerships and work with our federal land management agencies that also help us explore funding sources and really do a lot of the legwork to get these projects going and implemented. It can be pretty complex to navigate some of those, national environmental, the NEPA work. Sometimes it takes years to implement a project. So it's a big project, a collaborative effort, something that I feel like pays us dividends, and it maybe sometimes doesn't seem as sexy as 30-inch bucks, but it's really some of the most important and critical stuff that we do.
Just one quick follow-up on John's question on CWD. Can you remind us, was the CWD management plan in the last mule deer plan, the last cycle?
It was, yes.
And maybe you can speak to how it was updated and revised from the previous to this new iteration. And then the current plan that we have before us ends with this sentence: spread of CWD from domestic to wild cervids and from free ranging to the captive populations continues to be a significant concern. And so I'm just curious, I know captive owners and breeders need a COR, but how involved is the DWR in making sure that there is no interface between wild and captive populations? Like, are you checking facilities? Are you working with these owners and operators? I'm curious for just everybody's benefit.
Yeah, oh, great questions. So the CWD plan didn't have a ton of changes, but there are a few things where the CWD management plan, the updates that include updates on where we found the disease in Utah, updates to the science, some of the science in the literature that shows managing to lower buck-to-doe ratios can help slow the spread, reduce prevalence in deer populations, included some updates in that regard. Carcass disposal is one that we were talking more about in the plan. And I think that conversation has perhaps even shifted a little bit. In previous iterations, we talked more about carcass disposal from, say, a hunter that goes and hunts a hotspot in Wyoming or Colorado and then imports, that carcass or parts of that carcass back into the state of Utah. And now we're thinking even more about if someone goes and hunts near Moab, where we've seen, it's a hotspot and has a higher prevalence. Someone from Cedar City goes to Moab and hunts deer and then brings a carcass back and dumps it in a dry wash behind their house. We're looking at ways to get more education out there and help people understand responsible ways to dispose of carcasses if they're being moved across the landscape, not just across state lines, but within the state. We're recommending, as part of this cycle and as part of the updates to this plan, a couple new hunts to specifically try to get some more testing data and also try to remove some older age class bucks as they're the ones that are most likely to have and spread the disease. Again, focused kind of in that Moab area where currently I think we're seeing our worst hotspot. So some changes in that regard. And with regard to domesticated elk and those facilities, yeah, so we work with partners at Utah Department of Agriculture and Food, and our district biologists, our regional personnel go out and inspect those facilities annually, identify any areas where there might be a weak spot on the fence or something that needs to be addressed. So that is something that our staff, combined with Utah Department of Agriculture and Food, look at pretty closely. Anytime a new COR application comes in, Division of Wildlife is part of the review process, looking at that and evaluating that request to have one of those facilities, or if they submit a renewal for one of those facilities.
If I can just add one thing regarding CWD.
This is the comment. This isn't the comment period. So if it's a question, we can go with that. And if not, let's save it for our comment period. I don't want to get into a back and forth discussion right now.
That's fine.
I also don't want to suppress any questions anybody has for Dax. So if there's no more, are there any questions from the audience? And this is about the mule deer plan, not the studies that are being proposed. Okay, seeing none, turn it over to Jason for a report of the online feedback.
All right, thanks, Mike. So we had about 31 respondents for question number 1 for the mule deer plan. Which best describes your position regarding the proposed mule deer management plan? We had 23% strongly agree, 16% somewhat agree, 6.5% were neutral, neither agree nor disagree, 19% somewhat disagree, and 35% strongly disagree, for a weighted average of 2.71. A couple of the comments revolved around boundary changes, specifically the Oker Stansberry that Jason spoke to earlier. We had several hunters express opposition to splitting the Oker-Stansberry unit, arguing that the deer movement between these mountain ranges is significant, and splitting them would negatively impact the hunters, make it harder to draw tags. And hunters also like the current boundary where both sides, the Oker and the Stanberry, can be hunted. And if they're split, that might complicate the hunting logistics. And then we did have some support for the boundary changes. On the buck to doe ratio movement down, I counted 3 support and 3 oppose. One person opposed it, would actually like to see the buck to doe ratios increased, which would mean a lowering in the amount of tags, and they recognize that. And then supporters would like that it would allow them to hunt more often and believe it would grow the herd more. There was some support for the extended archery only hunt. And then there was some opposition for increasing the tags. And they think it'll lead to more overcrowding issues on the units out there. And then there were quite a few comments that were focused on the antler point restrictions or the restricted weapons. And if it's all right with the RAC and the chair, I'll go ahead and save those comments and put them into question number 2 when Kent talks about the research proposal. But that's what I have to share right now.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, and it's time now for our public comment section. And start off with Troy Justison.
Good evening, Troy Justison. Tonight I'm speaking to you on behalf of a member of the Mule Deer Committee. We spent, I believe, 10 meetings in this room right here, well over 40 hours. Listen to different experts speak to us about what they feel is some of our issues that face us with mule deer here in the state. Is it a perfect plan? No. Is it a good plan? Yes. And so tonight I'm here speaking in favor and support of this plan and would ask that you pass the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Wade Garrett next, followed by Jeremy Anderson.
Wade Garrett. I was also a part of the Mule Deer Committee, and I also represent Utah Farm Bureau, and I also sat in these meetings. I did a lot of what Troy said, so we don't have to rehash it so we can go quickly, but I do appreciate the opportunity. A lot of the stuff for landowners was taken care of on last year's plan, and we just kind of kept a lot of that. So Utah Farm Bureau and I personally support this plan. As like Troy said, maybe not perfect, but we put a pretty good plan together.
Thanks, Wade. Jeremy? Followed by Caitlin Curry.
Jeremy Anderson, Mule Deer Foundation. I too was part of the committee and thought I was very thankful to be part of that. I will say this, that, you know, you get 19, 20, I don't remember how many people we had in our group. You definitely get a lot of different opinions. And did we all agree all at once? No, but we had a good group. And again, to reiterate what Troy said, is it perfect? Probably not. But I think we all came to a strong agreement that, you know, opportunity was a big deal to a lot of us because of the surveys that we've got and some of the research things that we'll talk about later. But as for Mule Deer Foundation, we're in full support of this plan.
Thanks, Jeremy. Caitlin Curry, followed by Garrett.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Curry, representing myself. Huge thank you to all the committee members that served in the DWR for administering the committee. I'm generally very supportive of the Mule Deer plan and particularly the direction the committee went with decreasing buck to doe ratios. I think that's going to have positive impacts on our herd health as well as opportunity. And I particularly wanted to express my support for the retention of the extended archery opportunity as it currently exists. I think the addition of the extended archery only application is going to solve the perceived issue of people applying for tags in other regions just to hunt that unit. So very supportive of the plan and particularly of the extended archery being retained. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin Garrett, followed by Ben.
My name is Garrett Slatkoff. I'm here representing the Utah chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. Some of a few other folks here. I was also fortunate enough to be selected to participate on the Mule Deer Committee. Big shout out to the division, Dax, Makita, all the biologists and staff there who led and facilitated those meetings. I think they did a great job of providing the committee the most up-to-date and accurate information and data to help us make the most informed decisions to help us, put the recommendations we added to the plan. Our organization does support what we included in the plan. I think from all the great habitat work, lowering the buck-to-doe ratios, the different hunt units, some of the guidelines established for predator management are going to help our mule deer herds, and then also increase opportunities. So we are supportive with. Thanks.
Thanks, Garrett. Ben, followed by Kevin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Ben Lauder, representing the Utah Archery Association. We support the mule deer plan as presented. We had representation, feel like we were well represented on the committee. Couple comments I want to make about the plan. Just tonight, Dex made a comment. We're not trying to over harvest our deer. We're just trying to manage to the objectives. I thought that was a really great comment, and there's some things in this plan that is going to let the DWR do exactly that, that I'm excited for. Also, from what I understand, there's a very heavy theme in the committee to provide opportunity as much as we possibly can. I'm a big fan of that idea, and I feel like this plan is doing that. Katie, thanks for mentioning the extended archery thing. That reminded me. That, from what I understand, that was a big discussion on the committee, and just want to make a comment that from an organization, we're very happy with how that landed, and we support the recommendation there as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben.
Kevin Norman, representing SFW. We also support the mule deer plan as presented. We know a lot of blood, sweat, and tears goes in on these committees, and everything's discussed inside out and backwards, and just appreciate the mule deer committee doing such a good job. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. That's all the public comment cards I have. Going to turn it back to the RAC now for discussion. Just before we start that, well, I'll start. I was the RAC representative on the Mule Deer Committee. Nobody else was able to, and so I went, and it was a good experience. I do want to say one thing publicly, though, is I've been a member of other committees, and it's always a good thing. But I never want anybody on the public to feel like just because the committee passed something, it just has to get rubber stamped through. So there was a lot of give and takes. There was a lot of compromise put into this plan. And as we go forward with it and discuss it, there might be things that people like or don't like. And everybody should give their input on that. I think it's a good plan. I think the one thing we left out was some kind of a requirement that everybody that applies or buys a point has to pray or do something like that we get the right weather, because we can pretend like we can control everything, but we've seen what happens in drought year in southern Utah. We lose our deer. What happens if it snows really hard on the Cache or on the Wasatch West? We lose our deer. So I think it's a good plan to take some of those really low troughs out, so that the herd can rebound a little bit more quickly. And with that, I want to turn it back to John. He had a comment that he wanted to talk about CWD, which I think is an important thing too.
Well, thanks. Yeah, this just be a moment. There are no documented cases of CWD being transmitted from animal to human. That being said, there are other prion-mediated illnesses where that has clearly been demonstrated. So I think it's a matter of time. There are several incidents, anecdotal stories of folks who've eaten CWD-infected venison and elk who within a few years have developed severe neurodegenerative disease and ended up being fatal. So I just encourage us all to really take CWD as seriously as possible and figure out what we can do to be as prevent it from entering our state. Apparently, it's a pretty big deal over in Colorado. Thank you.
And we didn't talk about Thousand Lakes, I guess. I should have had Dax address that one as well, but I did have a few people call me asking, hey, Thousand Lakes, this has been a general unit for a while. Why is it going back to, it's kind of had this flip-flop history, I guess, so.
I can answer questions if you'd like me to. So I don't want to take away from your discussion. So yeah, Thousand Lakes is a unit that came up. To be totally honest, it's a unit that I think we're managing at the wrong scale. It's been managed as a limited entry unit, as a general season unit. It was at one time it was general season on private lands and limited entry on public lands. And the last few years as a general season unit, we'd add additional permits, but we wouldn't be able to manage to the buck to doe ratio. It would come in too high, but success rate for hunters was super low. We looked at it. I think we're probably managing that unit at the wrong scale to manage it as a general season unit. We talked about potentially lumping it in with the fish lake. And in the name of some of this research and some of the things we're talking about, we did make the decision to convert that to a limited entry unit. And in the next proposal, we're proposing hunting it with restricted weapons. It's a relatively small number of permits. It's a relatively small unit. And I think the bottom line is it probably wasn't the right size to work very well under our current management strategies. And that's why we're proposing kind of using it as an experimental unit to try some other things. During this portion of the plan portion, if the RAC felt strongly that the Thousand Lakes should remain general season or should be lumped in with the fish lakes, that's when you would make those type of recommendations. And then, in the next portion, we'll talk about how we're looking to hunt it moving forward. So, and this is one of those ones that kind of straddles a couple different recommendations. So however it can help facilitate that discussion, happy to do it.
Yeah, and then from a committee perspective, the local biologist asked us to do something different because it just wasn't working. That herd, the success rate on the hunts is like over 50% less than the surrounding units, and that's why that came forth from the committee too. Any other comments or discussion?
Hi, Mike. Thanks. John, thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. I know that CWD is a concern and we should very much take it seriously. So I know I will be screwed if it ever gets to me. We eat a lot of deer, a lot of elk. So real fast, just want to thank everybody that sat on the committee, the other committee. I think it was, I know it's a lot of time spent away from family, from what you might otherwise be doing. So big thanks there for everyone that did that. I know the division has put a ton of time and effort into this mule deer plan. I think everything looks, I know it, like everyone has said, it's probably not perfect, but it's probably the best that we can do for right now with the time for what we have. And I think I'm a fan. There's a couple of questions that we'll get to later on down the agenda item, or down the list, but we'll get there when we get there.
I've got another comment. Do we have Brock? Brock's got his hand up. Go ahead, Brock.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a quick comment. I appreciate your comments, John. I read that paper that was done in Colorado, and for sure, lions are more likely to take a CWD positive than more than expected based on the prevalence. However, the conclusion of the paper was the lions are definitely not the silver bullet for CWD, that they will just slow down the spread. They cannot prevent it at all. And so, I think that, in my opinion, working with the state like we do, I think they're very careful at where they try to implement pet predator management, based like on the 9 Mile and the Zion. And when it was a problem on the South Manti, they did it on the South Manti. So I actually like that part of it. And I'm in favor of the plan.
Thanks, Brock. There were a couple comments that were kind of questioned the splitting of the Oker Stansberry. And I just want to take a minute and say thank you to the division and to all the researchers who've done all this color data that actually give us real scientific data to help try to manage our herds. I think that's the reason why it's being done. It's not a social issue. It's a how can the deer be managed better issue. And I did want to point that out. Go ahead.
I failed to mention, I'm grateful for the division and their work on increasing opportunity. I think that was a resounding point that everyone wanted to drive home, that the increase of opportunity while still maintaining our healthy deer populations was critically important. And that's what I'm hearing from the people that I've discussed this with at length, is that opportunity is critically important right now.
Well, seeing no more further discussion, does anybody have a motion for me?
I'll move that we accept the deer management plan as presented.
I'll second that.
Okay, so Scott moved that we pass the plan as has been presented, seconded by Brock. All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Passes unanimous. Thanks, Dax. Moving on to item number 6, mule deer hunt structure and research proposal by Kent Hersey. And go ahead, Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I'll just start off with a brief update about what, just summary about what we're talking about here. If you recall from last fall, we took around a proposal where we were going to study different things across the southern unit or southern region, looking at antler point restrictions, weapon restrictions, and shortened seasons. That was received with mixed reviews across all RACs, and then ultimately what the board said was, hey, you've got the deer plan coming up. We want to see what the deer committee has to think about this proposal. So go take it to their input and then we'll bring it back. And so that's where we're at now. So pretty much when we discussed it with the committee, we discussed it at several meetings. Pretty much everything was on the table and we just kind of let them bat it around a bit and see what they came up with, what they wanted us to look at. So what we are proposing as part of this study is to do restricted weapons on 3 units, on just restricted muzzleloader, just restricted rifle, and leaving archery alone. That would include the cache unit, the new Beaver West unit, and the Boulder Comparowitz unit. And then we'd also do restricted weapons, all 3, archery, muzzleloader, and rifle on the Thousand Lakes, and then a 4-point or better antler restriction on Pine Valley. Get something else up here. And then ultimately, just to be clear on what we're trying to accomplish with this, we wanted to see, can we provide or at least maintain hunting opportunity with these different strategies while increasing the opportunity to harvest mature bucks? And so we wanted to see, can we do this? Basically, can we have our cake and eat it too? Get to hunt as often as we want and still be able to take mature bucks. And so that's really what we're trying to do with these. Look at them, study them from a biological and a social perspective, and see what does it do to the deer herds, what does it do to hunter satisfaction, what does it do to hunting numbers, hunting crowding, all those things. So in a nutshell, that's what we're trying to do.
Okay, thanks, Kent. Looks like Scott has a question for Kent.
Relative to buck-to-doe ratios, how do those, are they altered at all with these hunt restrictions, or are those going to stay stable?
Under our proposal, we would make annual permit recommendations to maintain buck-to-doe ratios that are set in the management plan. So, no. So all 3 units, the Boulder Comparowitz is an 18 to 20, or no, that's a 15 to 17. I'm sorry, it changed. Cache is 15 to 17, and the Beaver West is 15 to 17. Pine Valley would be 18 to 20, and the Thousand Lakes would be the 25 to 30. And so we would recommend permits to achieve those ratios.
And then I guess I'm a little curious from a data validity perspective on that 1,000 lakes unit, because maybe, I guess what I'm understanding is stability there in terms of data quality maybe is not great. Is there enough stability there to draw conclusions conclusively with your data?
That one is obviously more challenging. We've had a tough time managing it and getting it exactly where we want it. So that obviously throws a wrench in some things. However, we did want to find, there is, through the public process, we heard quite a bit about, hey, this whole non-compound boast thing, we like that. We want to see some opportunities for that. So we thought that would be a good opportunity while we're switching it over to limited entry, try that out, see what it is. So biologically, it might be more challenging to see exactly what the effect is, especially since it's a limited entry unit, you're going to have more mature bucks anyway. But I do think we'll be able to get a lot from the social side of things and just look at applications and see what the interest level is there. So there's still value, but biologically, I agree with you. It will be a little bit more challenging.
Kent, a couple questions on the Pine Valley Research Study. First off, landowners, I work with multiple landowners down in that area that have large tracts of land. Did you guys visit with landowners to get feedback on their perspective on this proposal?
This has been a
Because I
proposal
have.
that-
Go ahead, Kent.
This has been a proposal that's been coming from locals down there for many years now. So is every landowner been contacted? No. Is it, I mean, this is kind of the process that we get that input from, and it is split for sure. And I think what we'll see throughout this whole RAC process is you'll see split reactions to what it is. However, representatives down there who also hear from those landowners are the ones who keep proposing it. And it kind of came up at, I think, 4 different Mule committee meetings where it just kept being brought up, and eventually was decided to move forward. So did we as a committee or as a state meet with all these landowners? No, but representatives from the legislature certainly.
Okay, I'll bring my comment part on that after. But the question then is on the 4-point or better, I know that on that unit, for example, one of the properties that I manage, it's about 13,000 acres in the area. There's just this is Braden Shepherd's sample. You know, we found 28 brown sheds in a day just out riding horses, and only one of them was a 4-point. All the rest were big 3 points and big 2 points. Maybe our property's poorly managed. Maybe they shot all the 4 points, probably not, because they always complain to me there's no 4 points. But is there a reason we didn't do like a 3-point or like a width restriction instead of a point restriction? Like make it 20 inches or wider or taller?
Yeah, the reason is the whole point of this is to try and promote more of those mature bucks. And I think the data are a lot clearer on the 3-point or better restriction, whereas you put all the pressure on 2-year-olds plus. And so basically what we're left with is primarily yearlings after the hunt. So the next year you're hunting a lot of 2-year-olds. Most people who are pushing for this want better than 2-year-olds. They want 3+. And so by doing this, you'll be able to protect about 75% of your 2-year-olds as well. And then you'd have more of those making it to that older age class is what they're looking for. Will there also be older 2 and 3 points? Of course. And I think that's the one downside to this approach where you're restricting it by points. It doesn't necessarily mean you're restricting all those ages you want to be able to harvest.
Got a question. So you just said 75% of 2-year-old bucks are not 4 points.
Yes. I believe
And
that.
last night in the northern rack, you said that most that 2-year-old bucks usually aren't 4 points. It's not a common thing. Is that kind of?
I didn't say, I don't believe I said that last night. I don't know the verbatim what I said, but our data from check station suggests that about 75% are less than 4 points.
Okay.
Which is similar to what you said as well.
Yeah. So I was working with a bunch of deer Euros today, and there was multiple bucks that were killed during the rifle season that had velvet on their antlers, still tags of velvet. How will those be handled legally? Like, how will that be viewed? Will there be a penalty if somebody shoots like a 3-point and he's got like some velvet tatter that's dried on his antlers, that's not a point.
Defer to law enforcement on exactly. But that, I mean, just to speak to, I mean, that is a downside. I mean, it makes, that kind of puts it into a gray area, right? About people thinking they saw that point, it might be something else. And that's another potential challenge with these types of restrictions. But in terms of how law enforcement would deal with it in terms of issuing citations or not, I'll much rather they comment than me. If there's anybody, do we have anybody from law enforcement?
So 3-point buck in a 4-point unit that has a tatter of velvet on it that looks like a point. How would the law enforcement deal with that? If somebody shot that.
I don't know that we're going to handle it any different than we have on some of these other units when we've had these management buck hunts. We look at the totality of the situation, what's there. The regulations still call for a 4 points on one side, and the definition of a point is 1 inch. But we will look at all the situations that occurred around the hunt, what the hunter was looking at, do an investigation similar to what we do on those other management hunts that we have. Does that answer what you want? Or are you wanting me to tell you that somebody shows up and we're just gonna slap them on the back and send them out the door?
Well, I want to know what's going to happen because I think it's going to happen, and that's for somebody that's hunting down there, that could be a real life scenario that becomes
then we'll handle it like we do all the other situations. We do an investigation
and decide intent and see.
Yes,
okay. Look
look at all those, the aspects of the hunt. I can't tell you every what if scenario that we run into. We have issues on the bison hunt with cows or bulls being shot during the cow hunt that we deal with. We have the management buck hunts that we deal with all the time. So as far as enforcement, it won't be any different than what we do on those others.
And I had a question. So you said with the antler point restriction, the objective is to keep the opportunity so we don't have to cut tags, but also to have more mature bucks on the landscape. I'm just curious, like in the general season units, if it's the same throughout all of the different recommended applications, because if you're trying to grow more mature bucks in one unit, it seems like, if it's being applied to 1,000 lakes, from what I understand is the goal there is just to get more deer in general, not necessarily more mature bucks. And so am I misunderstanding the goal, or is it different from kind of unit to unit? Is it the same across each unit, or are there different kind of objectives and we're using this study as a way to get to different conclusions for different units?
Well, we want to try the different strategies, right? And see how do they compare to each other. I mean, that's part of it. 1,000 Lakes is a little unique in the sense that is a limited entry unit. And by default, we're going to have higher buck to doe ratios and more mature bucks on that. So that one's a little bit of an outlier compared to the other ones. But with the same thing, with these restricted weapons, and we can compare it to not just the other research units, but to other limited entry units, can we offer more opportunity per population size per number of bucks available with these different hunting options compared to those? So I think it's just what you ultimately compare it to.
I was saying antler point restriction, but I meant the weapon restriction.
Yeah, I knew what you meant.
Brock, what are your, any questions, Brock? I guess it's a question portion. I guess a question for academia, like what does the research show already, Brock? Or can't either one on any of these? Do we know other states or other places that have done this?
Specific to antler points?
Antlers or like weapon restrictions or both?
I mean, what we would expect to see or hypothesize to see with the restricted weapons is that people would likely have lower success. They'd likely potentially have less selectivity. So instead of taking the top tier of bucks on a unit, they'd be taking more of the younger bucks, leaving more mature bucks to make it through the season and make it to the next year. Those are, I guess, the likely outcomes that we could hypothesize. Antler point restrictions, what you would expect is that you would have all of your hunting pressure, well, not all of it because we have that youth exception, but 80% of your hunting pressure would be on those 3+ year-old bucks plus a chunkier 2-year-olds. And so you would definitely, you'd put pressure there, but then the following year you should have a new wave of 3-year-olds coming in, and obviously some are going to make it through as well. What that does to your number of mature bucks, well, something we're looking for. When we did the 3-point or better, I think the data were pretty clear that it actually reduced your number of mature bucks that you had on the landscape following a hunt, which was kind of counterproductive to what many people were hoping for. So again, that was with the 3-point or better and a way different hunting system than we currently have. So that I think is why the 4-point is being proposed. And, if I knew exactly what would happen, we wouldn't have to do this. But the hope is that you'd have more 3-year-olds available, and that would then make hunters happier because they're seeing some of those larger bucks. That's why people continually request it, I think.
So, okay, in your comment about more opportunity, not just on the Thousand Lakes one, is that more opportunity in the number of potential hunters of field, opportunities more tag wise?
It essentially both. Can we, and it's all, not compared to regular because we changed the management system as well, but for the population and for the number of bucks available to hunt, can we have greater opportunity with these restricted weapons versus using standard bows, muzzleloaders, and the rifles?
Any last question?
Oh, go ahead.
I woke up and I thought I had deja vu. Didn't we just do this? Sorry. I saw the agenda. I thought, wow, this is a year ago. I thought a year of my life passed, but maybe not. Maybe it's just the same day. So anyway, thanks, Kevin.
You and me both.
Okay, any other questions for Kent? Questions from the audience about the research proposals? Weapons restrictions and antler point restrictions. Okay, seeing none, I'll turn it over to Jason for the online public comment.
All right, thanks, Mike. Quite a few things to unpack here. I think first I'll start with the antler point restrictions. Just looking at the numbers, it was basically, as far as specific comments for antler point restrictions in support or opposition, it was, I counted 10 that supported and 10 that opposed. And that's also looking at some of the responses from the first question that I'm adding into this portion now as well. Some of the comments, several hunters are opposed to antler point restrictions for adult hunters, arguing that a hunt should prioritize food over trophy-sized animals, fear that point restrictions could lead to confusion and unnecessary violations, especially for older bucks with borderline antler points. There's support for antler point restrictions, believing it could help preserve the opportunity to hunt mature bucks by limiting the harvest of younger small deer. And I think I'll leave that there. We also had a lot of discussion or comments about restricted weapons. Some of the comments, there was, I think I counted about 3 opposed and maybe 1 in supportive. Well, no, it was about even, about 4 and 4. Several opposed the restricted weapons because they'd need to buy new rifles and new muzzleloaders and re-outfit whatever weapon they had, and concerned that that was going to be hard. Concerned about the strategies, these strategies not working, and there'll be more confusion and violations. There was some support that indicated it'd be harder to harvest and more people can have a chance to hunt and more opportunity. Again, expensive to alter or change weapons. And then also, let's see, there was a comment that the proposal, this research proposal will do nothing for habitat that actually will sustain deer numbers. And so they were more concerned about habitat than hunt strategies. So I think I'll leave it right there.
So pretty much split right down the middle.
Oh, yeah. And so I didn't give you the numbers, did I? I gave you comments. So there were 26 respondents for the question, which best describes your position regarding the proposed deer hunt strategies research project. We had 31% strongly agree, 8% somewhat agree, 12% were neutral, 15% somewhat disagreed, and 35% strongly disagreed, with a weighted average of 2.85 or basically neutral, as you mentioned, Mike. So.
All right, thanks, Jason. Now we're at the point where you guys get to talk to us. So the public comment portion. He just set those on top, so it's the ones right under. So we'll start with Ben Louder. And after him, Kevin Norman. Really quick, Ben, I was just told that some more people just walked in that might be out in the foyer. And if they want to comment, they can fill out a comment card and turn it in to Scott over there.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Ben Lauder, representing Utah Archery Association. Let's see, which agenda item are we on?
We're on number 6.
Hunt structure, yeah.
Welcome to the meeting, Ben.
proposals.
Welcome to the meeting.
Sorry,
My apologies. Yeah, so I'm going to break this up into the restricted weapons recommendations and then the antler point restrictions. Concerning the restricted weapons recommendations, we support that as presented. Couple comments. I'm glad that we chose the Thousand Lakes as a fairly small unit to apply the restricted archery on, and that we didn't choose to apply restricted archery to the other ones that are getting restricted weapons. The reason for that is, quite honestly, I don't know if we'd have enough hunters in the state that have traditional archery equipment or that are even willing to use traditional archery equipment to fill out those general season units. So glad with where that landed. Concerning 4-point or better on the Pine Valley, generally speaking, we do not like or support antler point restrictions. That said, we understand the continued pressure and calls to do that, and so we're willing to support this on this one unit for a few years to see what happens. However, we do have one exception to that, and that is this is being presented as a research proposal, and we feel like the exception for the youth, to allow the youth to be able to shoot anything, essentially invalidates the study right from the start. And so we only support this without that exception for the youth. And that's not because we're anti-youth. We like the youth. We want to see the youth hunt. And we want to see them be successful. But if we're going to do a research project, I think we need to do it right. And let's not invalidate the study by giving a certain segment of the population or the hunters the ability to shoot anything. So thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Kevin Norman, followed by Wade Garrett.
Kevin Norman, representing SFW. Glad you showed your true colors. You hate kids, Ben. SFW supports this recommendation with a couple changes. First one being the Pine Valley. We don't support the antler point restriction. The reason coming from down there is the worry that it's on one unit, first of all, and second of all, that it will drive the buck to doe ratio so high it'll end up flooding the unit with tags to where there's a crowding issue and it becomes a problem to get that buck to doe ratio in check. As far as the other one would be the cache. the discussion was had that maybe we should look into splitting the cache north and south, making the north the restricted area, weapons area, leaving the south as is. That way this would give people the opportunity to have a little more flexibility to choose how they'd like to hunt within the unit. With that being said, there is great support from SFW on trying these restricted weapon units. And the main reason is just the potential that it raises quality of bucks we're able to hunt, and also opportunity. For me, it's all about the opportunity and being able to have multiple tags and friends, families, and we can go hunt together and have a good time. And even if it's a little harder, the thoughts of being able to see good bucks and being able to go hunting. And if there's ones that got away, stories again, great. If we can go see good bucks and hunt and as family and friends, it's a win. So that's our recommendation. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Kevin. Wade Garrett, followed by Jeremy Anderson.
Wade Garrett, representing Farm Bureau. A few of our members in the Pine Valley area do have some concerns. Bucks tend to do the most crop damage, especially people growing corn. If they only can shoot 4 points, once they get their landowner appreciation tags, and the buck that's causing the problems at 2 or a 3 point. And then on top of that, the new landowner appreciation tags that you've now started giving out, if you hunt your own land, it severely limits them all of a sudden on their own land. And those two issues are issues that have been brought up to me in actually the last 48 hours. So just want to express those concerns. Other things, ag doesn't care how else you shoot bucks in Cache Valley. So thanks.
Thanks, Wade. Jeremy Anderson, followed by Brett Davis.
Jeremy Anderson, Mule Deer Foundation. Real quick, I just wanted to give the public a quick sneak peek into what these meetings were like. First off, the committee, it was a very diverse group of people. And the reason I want to tell you that is, we had people from, from the southern end of the state, the eastern, western, northern, central, hunters, non-hunters. So that was a big deal to, especially in something like this where we wanted to do these research items, and it originally came up as a southern thing, a year ago. I was not somebody that I was comfortable saying, yeah, southern guy, you take it this way. I'm up here in the north, So it was good to hear their feedback and what they wanted from their constituents, as well as spreading it across the state, going up north and taking these weapon restrictions up there. The other thing is at the beginning of each meeting, we had some public comments that Makita, our facilitator, read. And we went through some of those things, and that's where a lot of that came from, is, the traditional bow hunter, the traditional muzzleloader guy. There was a lot of want for some things like that, and that's where those things came into these research plans. Mule Deer Foundation would normally not have a huge voice on this. It's not very biologically driven. There are some things that I've learned that are during this thing, but that being said, we do support it. There's a lot of things that were hard to swallow. I'm not a big antler point restriction guy. However, that's what the committee voted on, so I'm sticking with the committee. So we do support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Brett, followed by Garrett.
I just wanted to say, I find it funny that we're here doing this a year later. I think that the fact that the DNR is doing this again is just showing that they didn't listen to the public last year. You guys claim that you care about us as sportsmen, as individuals, but I don't feel like I've been heard. I don't feel like it's a good idea to start making it harder and harder for those of us that have guns, that want to use our guns, to be able to use those guns. I can't believe that we've got these foundations up here saying they're in support of this. You guys proved with Mountain Lions that you're willing to go make handshake deals with the governor and let him manage our wildlife. How much longer are you going to bring this forth to us, get shot down, and then go make a backdoor deal with our governor. I think that we maybe need to trim some fat at the DNR, get rid of people that don't care to listen to us. I want to hunt. I want my kids to hunt. I want my grandkids to hunt. We keep going down this road. What guns are we going to have to hunt with? What deer are we going to have to hunt? We're going to have nothing. Start listening to the public. Start caring.
Thank you, Garrett.
My name is Garrett Slatkoff. I'm here representing the Utah chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. Our organization opposes both of the research structures that have been pitched tonight from an antler point restriction. There have been several studies done from Utah, Idaho, Wyoming, Colorado, Oregon. The time have shown in the long term, these antler point restrictions don't result in the intended objectives of either increasing mature bucks or helping herd population in general. So for that reason, we do oppose, and we do think it would be a waste of the division's time and resources to study an issue that seems to have already been put to rest. And one additional thing I would like to mention on the antler point restriction specifically is, like I said, I was on the committee earlier. It was discussed that this was a topic that was discussed multiple times during the committee. It was voted on probably 4 or 5 meetings. It was rejected overwhelmingly in 4 of those meetings, and it passed the last meeting due to the persistence of a few members. Other folks here on the committee might disagree, but in my opinion, I don't believe it ultimately passed because the committee thought that it would achieve its recommended objectives. So I just want to provide that context. From a restricted weapons perspective, we have concerns on what that might mean long term in terms of hunter recruitment and hunter opportunity if those restricted weapons were put in place on certain units or elsewhere long term. So that's the reason we oppose from that perspective. And then the one other thing that our organization wanted to put forth for this RAC to consider is a research topic on a lower buck-to-doe ratio in potentially the 10 to 12 range. This was something that was discussed, as Dax mentioned earlier on, as a potential research topic on the committee. It was initially agreed upon, but ultimately failed because nobody could agree which unit we wanted to put it on out of fear of potential pushback from the public. So as discussed, lower buck-to-doe ratios may potentially have a positive impact on the herd and our deer population health in general. I think as sportsmen and women, that's something we would be in favor of, and it's definitely worth further studying. And so we would just request that the RAC consider proposing that as a potential topic. Thank you.
Thanks, Garrett. Chavis, followed by JD Sorensen.
I'm really grateful for everyone here. There's a lot of people here that put in so many hours to benefit me, somebody who likes to hunt. So thank you to the board and the division and all the members of sportsmen's groups. I'm pretty excited about some of these proposals. The antler point restriction, I don't get the warm fuzzies about that. Not whether it would work or not. Simply, I don't like the idea or the thought of anyone being forced to quote unquote trophy hunt. That's just my opinion. So, I mean, whether it works or not, I don't like that. However, the restricted weapons opportunities to me is extremely exciting. And for the same reasons that some people might oppose that, I want my kids and future generations to be able to hunt. As technologies continually advance, one of my big concerns is becoming that hunters are no longer providing a value proposition to the public at large. A very small percentage of people hunt. The vast majority do not. However, the vast majority of non-hunters support hunting because it is preserving an important part of our human heritage. Everyone's connected to it. As we stop hunting with traditional methods, it starts to get a little bit more tricky for us to be like, yeah, we're carrying forward the heritage. We're preserving these traditions. That's what gets me concerned for future generations. I don't think it's going to last very long if no longer if the non-hunters start to see that, oh, they're not preserving an important tradition for humanity. So I see this as a great opportunity, obviously, to increase hunting opportunity, preserve quality. There's tons that can be done there. That gets me excited. But I also like the idea of strengthening our value proposition. In Utah, we have the constitutional right to hunt and fish. It's very interesting to read that actual legislature. We have the right to hunt and fish with traditional methods. That passed by majority vote in Utah, even though less than 8% of people hunt in Utah. I think it passed by 78%. People agreed, yes, let's preserve that heritage. So I'm in favor of that. I say, yes, let's preserve that heritage. Let's incentivize it. The same thing happened when archery seasons were implemented in the very beginning when they didn't exist. Everyone said, nobody's going to want to do that. It's too hard. It actually worked. People liked it. There's a lot of value there. I feel like we're just back at that point now where it's like, let's use more traditional style hunting methods. It's going to be harder, but there are a lot of people that want to do that. Nobody's going to be prevented from hunting. We'll have to learn how to hunt more, develop our skills. So I'm grateful for this, and I hope it passes.
Thanks, Chavis. JD, followed by Eric Stevens. And I appreciate everybody that's commented so far. I forgot to tell you, you only have 3 minutes, but everybody's been great. So you got 3 minutes.
Sorensen, representing myself. I'll be a broken record. I don't agree with point restriction. I think we have a national treasure with Brock. I don't think there's many in this nation that know as much about mule deer as him. And I've heard him on many occasions say it doesn't work. We have all the proof to show that it doesn't work. So I don't know why we keep beating that to death and keep bringing it up, because it seems pointless to me. The survey data that passed last year, I think that's excellent opportunity we have in the state to gather that data, and who better to get it from than those of us that hunt with those weapons and do that style of hunting to get our input. I hunted a muzzleloader hunt this year, and then my son and my daughter-in-law had rifle hunts, filled out those surveys. I thought it was very well put together, easy to do, but it's also, on that same note, very easy to put in questions pertaining to what you guys want to gather that data on. I just wish we could have postponed the muzzleloader optics one more year and let the muzzleloader people give that input on how they felt about that restriction. And so I look forward to the Fish and Game using that survey to gather more information to see what the sportsmen really want. And instead of getting a small demographic, you're going to target, because you're forcing us to do it, those groups that should have a say in that. As far as weapon restrictions, I think it's a good opportunity. Keeping it to small units, it gives that opportunity to people who want to hunt with those traditional weapons. And I know there's a lot of people that have a desire to do that. Kind of torn, because if it was in my backyard and a unit that I hunted every year, if you did it to the Manti, I may not like it so much, because now you just control how I'm going to hunt. But I guess we all got to give and take a little bit for the better of the whole. So it's an issue for those local sportsmen, but I think a lot of us will be okay with it. To have that hunt where you're not out there competing with the turret gun guys that are shooting 700-800 yards. Now you can go out and have an old time traditional hunt. I think I can support that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, JD. Eric.
So I'd like to speak on the.
Could you state your name for the record?
Eric Stevens. I strongly oppose your antler point restriction on the Pine Valley. As your gentleman said, when they did it with a 3-point, it didn't work. So what makes you think it's going to work with a 4-point? All you're going to do is have, after the season, a lot of dead deer laying out there that we've just destroyed the unit for nothing. I'd really like to speak about the restricted weapons, because one of the units you're doing is the unit that I hunt every year and I have a passion for, which is the Boulder Comparelets. Last year you took my scope away off my muzzle loader, which I spent thousands building. And so this year I go out there with my carbon fiber rifle, and now you want to take my scope off of it and let me have open sights on it. And as the gentleman said with the Bow Association, there's not a lot of guys out there that have recurves. Well, if you're going to restrict me on my muzzle loader and then my rifle, then it's time the bow guys get restricted too, and they can go back to recurves and or take all their adjustable sights off their bows and leave their compounds at home. If it's good for the first 2 groups, it's good for every group. And so if you're gonna make changes, which I pray you don't, make sure that that's equal across the board and not say, oh, the muzzleloader guys, we got them last year, and the rifle guys we're gonna get this year, but we're gonna leave the archery guys alone. If you look at the data on your website, the difference between the harvest of the bow guys is 35% and rifle is 49. That's pretty dang close odds. I mean, close numbers. So if you're gonna restrict it, restrict them all. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the comment cards I had. Oh, do we have one more? Oh, Troy Justison, come on up.
We don't see your card, Troy, sorry. Just kidding.
Jason was trying to pull a fast one there, but we'll let you talk.
Hey, that's all right. Troy Justinson, Mule Deer Committee. I mentioned earlier we had 10 meetings in here, I think 4 of which were dedicated to antler point restriction on the Pine Valley. It was a very interesting and heated topic, and I'll be 100% honest with you. Had not we made the exception to allow youth to kill anything, that thing would not have passed. It would not come out of here. I know we beat this horse to death. And speaking for myself, sitting on the committee, the only reason I agreed to it with the youth having an exception is let's do it and put it to bed one last final time to be done with it, whether it works or not works. As far as, the restricted weapons, I hunt the boulders. That's my backyard. And I'm 56 years old, and you've heard me say this before. It takes 5 to 6 points to hunt the boulders currently at this time. Realistically, I've got 3 deer hunts left in my life. Gentleman stood up here and talked about heritage. I want that heritage. I want to be able to go down there and, excuse me, experience more than 3 more times in my life. And I'm willing to give up something for it. It affects me in more ways than one. Not only is it where I hunt, but I just drew dedicated hunter. So the next 2 years I get to hunt with a gun that doesn't have a scope on it. I don't care. I'm out there. I have the ability to go out and hunt. That's what it's all about. And if we're 100% honest with this, everybody here, why we're at this point, because we've become so fascinated with cutting tags. 2 years, we issued the least amount of deer tags since 1930. 65,000 tags, okay? This committee looked at ways that we can put hunters back in the field. And there's a lot of people like me that want that. Even though we know it's restricting our success and whatever, it doesn't matter. We're out there with our families, we're out there with our children, our grandchildren, whatever, to preserve that heritage that's enrooted in us, to be honest with you. And that's why we're willing to do it. But I appreciate everybody's point of view. And like I said, and Mike, you hit the nail on the head. We tried as a committee to get it right, and maybe we didn't. And so everybody has a different voice and opinion, but I support the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. I'll bring it back to the committee for discussion. I'll start out. Yeah, there was multiple votes on this antler point restriction, and I never voted for it. It passed by one committee member. And I've got a herd of cows. I keep the best cows. Fortunately, I didn't count, but I hope it's an odd number of people up here tonight, because I don't want to have to split the vote. Yeah, I voted enough on this. I burned enough bridges on this one. I appreciate everybody commenting. There's a lot of different opinions, and sometimes things hurt to do it right. On the restricted weapons, do we keep shooting deer at 1,000 yards? And most of the deer they're getting shot at 1,000 yards, they're probably not the 2 points. They're probably the biggest buck that they can see on the hillside. And having grown up in a family that my dad had long range guns built back in the 70s, before there was long range guns. And I personally like the restricted weapons for one reason. I think it's going to make people be less selective. And when we talk about data, one of the data points that's been shared quite a bit is our yearling bucks have a high mortality rate. Well, if we can force some more of that take onto the yearlings and maybe take some of that pressure off of those older age class bucks, it could actually grow deer. I say could because none of us know, but I think it's worth a try. I really like the Thousand Lakes proposal. It affects very few people, and it could be a good thing. And with that, I might have a little bit more to say in a minute, but I noticed Brock's got his hand raised. Thanks, Braden. Go ahead, Brock.
Okay, let me start by saying I'm going to abstain on this vote because I have a conflict of interest. But I'll make a couple comments. Personally, I don't like the 4-point or better. There's a bunch of reasons, but I'm going to list 3 of them. One of them is that 60% of yearling bucks on the landscape don't make it to 3 years old without hunting, not including hunting. 60% die. So we're squandering that 60% of opportunity. 2, general season units are primarily for opportunity, and I want them to be an opportunity unit. And 3, quality is in the eyes of the beholder. And I don't want one, like I think it was Chavez said, I don't want the eyes of one beholder being forced on everybody else on a unit. Having said that, I think there's scientific value to both of these studies. And so I say it's a study. It's not a permanent thing. Let's find out what happens. And that's probably where I'd end.
All right, Mike.
Thanks, Brock. Go ahead, Braden.
Maybe can we split the discussion up maybe today into like 4-point or better? Just keep on that for now, and then we can go to restricted weapons. Is that kind of okay? Or do we want to just launch it, just throw it all together?
No, I think that'll work out well. I also think that if we go that route, maybe we split our vote up unless we're at consensus to pass both one way or the other.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm comfortable with that.
Thanks, Braden.
Yeah, so down in the Pine Valley, I think kind of echo what Brock said a little bit. You know, this is a general opportunity unit, right? It's not a limited entry tag. One of the thoughts I kept having is if we're gonna do a study, let's just do a study on a limited entry unit, right? Like let's make a limited entry unit a 4-point or better unit and not an opportunity tag area. That's the first thought I kept coming back to, is why are we doing this again on it used to be over the counter. I'm gonna keep calling it over the counter, even though it's still a draw unit. Anyway. On the Pine Valley, there's about 400,000 acres of Forest Service land. There's about 70,000 acres of BLM land on that unit already. And there's almost 100,000 acres of private between Enterprise and stuff in New Harmony. And I think the issue I have, kind of going back to what Wade brought up and what I've heard from some of our constituencies that have called me just because of my role, is they're concerned that, hey, for one, I'm an ag producer. If I need to, I'll just use a 72-hour notice anyway. And they don't want to go that route. But that's like, hey, if I need to lay the hammer down because there's too many deer in my corn, I will. They hate using that tool, but it's there. And so that could hurt the study for one. Secondly, I just think let's not force landowners to say, hey, you have to shoot this buck and you have to shoot that buck. And on the flip side, let's not force hunters that are general public hunters to shoot this buck or that buck. I have a different opinion on the restricted weapons. I think Troy, you kind of swayed me a little bit, so thank you, because I'm still on the fence on that one, but we're not talking about that right now. So on the other point stuff, that's where I'm at. I'm a no for now, and that's my cards.
Thanks, Braden. Any more discussion on the antler point restrictions?
I'll weigh in. We just congratulated the Mule Deer Committee for opening up opportunity, and I think antler point restriction does the opposite of that. I think it's very counterproductive. Brock made the point that, you know, the worth or the value, the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. An example I'll speak to of that, we had one comment that said their dad shot a 26-inch 2-point, which I'd love to see the picture of. But, you know, I remember the conversation that started when we started the cactus buck hunt, and it was proposed out of the southern region where most of those deer occur. And it was sort of pitched as like, these deer are a real problem. They're sort of taking away resources from other deer. And they were they were really talked about in a very pejorative way. And it bothered me a lot. It then, and it still bothers me now, because I don't know if it was the DWR's own Instagram page, or if it was the wildlife professor. Somebody in the last 2 or 3 weeks posted a picture of a collared killed cactus buck. It was, been collared 4 years ago. And if anybody saw the picture, you know what I'm talking about. It was a trophy by all stretches of the word trophy. I mean, I'd have been thrilled to have killed that buck. And so to take away people's opportunity to decide what is worth for them, I don't like the antler point restriction at all.
Thanks, Josh. Oh yeah, Jim. Jim, we can't hear you. I think you might be muted.
That's a first. So I was sensitive to what Brock said about we're giving up opportunity for those younger bucks. And yet at the same time, I'm always in for a study. I love data. I love learning. With fish, sometimes restrictions, you can sometimes catch a fish that's small or really big, but you can't keep the ones in the middle. Is there any opportunity to discuss a restriction that says you can kill 2-point or 4-point or better, but let those 3 points not be hit so hard? Is that an opportunity? It's no more difficult than, we already said the 4-point. What if there's a 3-point with a hanging chad? It'd be a little bit, it's going to be difficult, but no more difficult to add a 2-point, because I think that'll be easy to determine. Is that an opportunity, or does that make no sense scientifically? Brock, can you answer that if no one else?
I'd give that to Kent. Kent's the deer. Kent's the national treasure.
No, I'll never take that title from you, bro. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That's exactly how we hunt elk. We hunt spikes, and then they live for a long time, and then they're hunted again as mature bucks or mature bulls. It's certainly something that we could try, where you could hunt your yearlings and let the 2s go, and then hunt the 4s again. So it's not off the table. We haven't really discussed it much, and I don't know what the support level for that would be, but I've seen it thrown out, not just by Jim, but by others as well. I think there was a comment or two in it in one of either the Northern RAC or the Central RAC. So yeah, it's certainly something that could be done.
So the Mule Deer Committee did discuss that, and it was roundly defeated. Didn't want to turn the mule deer management into the once in a lifetime elk management is how, and the discussion wasn't didn't take a long time to come to that.
It just seems like it would handle or take care of a lot of the issues I'm hearing so far this evening.
Mike, if I can, there was one point I wanted to make and I forgot it. Brock ended by saying it's a research study and we should maybe think about supporting it. And I guess I disagree with that sentiment. I am almost always in favor of research as a general rule. I think it's needed and it's important. It informs us. I think in this particular case, it's capitulating to a specific group, and it's precedent setting enough to have bigger ramifications in other units statewide. And I think that's why I'm leery of it as a study. I think people's memories are short. In 4 years, I'll surely be off this track, as well many of you. And I think this conversation will be honestly forgotten in 4 years. So I think it's a dangerous road to go down.
Yeah.
I agree, Josh, with a lot of what you said there. I am opposed to the antler point restriction wholeheartedly. I think that it takes, for two reasons, a lot of what Brock said. I think for me, it takes the rights away from all of us. Some of us already have a self-imposed antler point restriction, and that is my choice or your choice or whoever's choice. But to tell someone that they can't shoot a 2-point buck when they're 13-year-olds is dumb. It's just dumb. And I think hunting has transitioned to something that it never was intended. Well, I can't say that it wasn't originally. was for meat. It was for us to obtain meat. That's what hunting, that's the root of it. And so to say that you can't kill that deer because he has 3 points instead of 4, it's just dumb to me. Again, this is my opinion. The other one is, it doesn't work. Antler point restrictions, we've already said this, we have evidence, it does not work. It does not, it's counterproductive to both herd health and to produce more mature bucks. So it doesn't work. Why are we going to do this? And for a second there, I was right there when someone said, well, it's their unit and this is what they want. And those people down there are requesting this. For 1 second, I thought, then let's give it to them. But then I thought, no, because what happens when they come after every other unit and we say, this is what it worked here because we had a very mild winter and an awesome spring/early summer and there's bucks on the landscape everywhere. It totally worked. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. So I'm opposed to it because I don't want it to become something else, like Josh pointed out, for other parts of the state. And also because it's not an opportunity for, it's a taking opportunity away for a lot of people. And I think specifically for the youth, because I don't know about you guys, but my guys, I got 4 sons, all of their first bucks, with the exception of one, was a dink. In the eyes of all of us, we probably would pass that deer when you get to a certain age, but not them. They shouldn't have to. They should be able to choose the deer that they want to harvest.
Yeah, to add to that, my brother had an Evo tag. I just got back today from skinning a deer, feeling pretty good. But my brother, he hunted hard on the Nevo. We were passing on a lot of bigger bucks because he had a certain buck he wanted. In the end, the second to last day, he shoots his 2-year-old 3-point, and he's happy as could be still. And I just think if we say, hey, you can't shoot that buck, we don't care. That buck, government has told us cannot be shot ever. I think that's a problem.
Thanks for that. Any other discussion? John?
Yeah, quick question, not necessarily about the number of points, but the first speaker mentioned the integrity of the study being compromised because of the lack of restrictions on the youth hunters. And the last gentleman said that they needed to put that in order to get it through committee. Kent, do you have any comment on whether the study is compromised because of that?
I wouldn't say it's compromised. It obviously isn't as pure as if you just restricted it and kept everything 3-point or better. So you'd have a little bit different growth and you'd obviously be taking, we expect a lot of those youth to be taking those yearlings and 2-year-olds because that's what's going to be most abundant. So you would alter what you would expect to see with the number of bucks on the landscape and the mature bucks on the landscape, and we can account for it in terms of success. That's easy to pull the youth out and see what success changes are for the adults. So I certainly agree with Troy, since it passed with 1 vote, that if that weren't in there, the committee would not support it. And it does affect things a little bit, but I think we can control for it. So I'm not too concerned about it.
Eric?
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion that's taking place on this. I think that there was a comment last night in Northern RAC that this is the social, that we manage the social side of things. And I remember a comment several years ago about putting a pin in biology, and it seems to focus around the Pine Valley unit. I think that there's the comments of antler restriction it being asked for, and Bryce, I full-heartedly agree with you. Give them what they asked for, because they're, then they're sorry. Maybe they'll be, what's the comment of be careful what you ask for, kind of thing. And I think that the other comments that have been here is what this public process is about. And however we vote, representing our groups, I think that that's what we're here for, to hear the concerns, the comments, the questions, to come out to make a valid or at least an informed decision to put forth on there. I think the research side of things is always good to get data, to figure things out, to see how it works. We've researched this in the past, but it keeps coming back up. And so I think Troy's comment of, so we can finally put this to bed, I think that there is that point, but our memories are short, and 4 years later, we could be back to the same kind of a thing. So I would probably say from my end, I would probably be supportive of it from that aspect, to say, let's let it happen. It's a short term, it's a research. I may not support it as a individual, but as the public process side of things, let's get the data, let's put it out there. Then when it comes back up, then 4 years later, they have the data saying, nope, we've done this now several times. It's not, we're not going to bring it forward. And that's where probably my comment is.
And I tend to agree with that. But I would defer to the past that there are studies that show that it doesn't work long-term to grow deer, that we put all your pressure on the very deer you want to save. And I think this is a topic where people's minds are made up. I don't think that giving up and giving the results of the data are going to sway the people that really want to push it. And so I do agree with you that it would be good to put it to bed. I just don't know that that's what'll happen, but I don't get a vote, so go ahead.
So for what it's worth, I did my own survey, just of people that I talked to. And the results were 37 people that I spoke to about the antler point restriction. 37 people, 34 were strongly against it. And these are just some of my friends that are, I mean, you can imagine, right? One of them's name is the Beaver. So, but there were 3 that were pro antler. And I want to point out that those guys are more inclined to be after a very specific deer, target a mature buck. And so again, I'm going to point out that they already have a self-imposed antler restriction. They're not going to shoot a forky or a 3-point. They're just not. They're after something bigger, better, whatever, right? And so this one's tough in certain ways, but in other ways, I think it's as clear as it's ever been. We have the evidence in front of us, and it's been brought up so many times. And I think that's the problem. The problem is that it keeps resurfacing. And if we cave, I say that like we're giving in, right? But it's just going to come up again. We know this to be true. It's going to be, I've heard stuff, I've heard a lot of things that I got to be careful what I say, right? But let it come up again. I don't care. Let's do I don't want to take rights or privileges away from people that otherwise want to shoot a deer because they want to eat it. My cousin lives in Mount Pleasant, total dirtbag. This guy, I'm telling you, but he would happily shoot a doe if it were legal because he just wants the meat, period. So this is where I have issue. It's about opportunity. Well, if I go out and take my kids out and they see nothing but 2 points and they can't touch them, the opportunity's gone. It was squandered.
I think we've discussed this pretty well. And I think that we're ready for some kind of a motion. I feel like it's split enough that we should have a vote on this particular issue. So does anybody want to throw something out on the table?
I'll make a motion that we accept the antler restriction as proposed by the DWR.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded. So the proposal or the motion by Eric is to pass the antler point restrictions as presented, seconded by Jim. And on this one, we'll go one by one and we'll do a roll call vote. So Scott? No. Eric? Okay. Against. Against. 4.
Against.
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 4.
4.
Let me think about it. No, against.
Against. And Jim?
4.
4. What did you get?
I was watching you get.
Oh, I thought you're the secretary.
It's 6.
I thought it was 6 to 4. 6 to 4.
Yeah.
So motion fails. Okay, so now do we have another one?
I move that we reject the antler point restriction. I guess on the Pine Valley unit, reject that study.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so.
Second that.
Bryce. So we have a motion by Braden to reject the antler point restriction study, seconded by Bryce. And this one we'll just raise our hands. All those in favor? 2. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, so Eric, John, Drew, and Jim were opposed. Would you like to, so the motion passes 6-4. Would you like to, those who voted against, would you like to state your reasons?
I think mine is just from the research aspect of it and to allow the DWR to do their research.
I agree with that. It's research for research sake, and it sounds reasonable.
I would agree with both of their comments, research side.
Okay, so it's all, okay. Jim, I thought he said research also.
Yeah, I did.
All right, so now we'll move on to the restricted weapons. Any discussion on that?
This one I could take or leave. I felt something, not because you cried, Troy, no big deal there, but you bet. That's what I'm here for, Troy. I just feel like with restrictions, additional rules, we lose certain things, but I also think and recognize that not only the committee, but the division has done a tremendous job of increasing opportunity here. And this is another one of those, I think it makes sense to me. So I probably came in and was feeling a certain way, but I think I've shifted and I could probably get behind it.
Yeah, not to beat a dead horse, but I agree, Bryce. I was in the same way. On the way here, I actually listened to the Judds. I'm such a dork. I listen to old country music sometimes, but Grandpa, tell me about the good old days. And, my grandpa's 94 and talks about back in the day, how fun it was to hunt with the 30-30, open sights. And there probably was a lot of deer wounded. I wasn't around back then, but it sounds like the good old days. A former board member once said, hey, how cool would it be to have the Manti just be a no scope rifle hunt? And I was like, whoa, him and I had a big debate. Like, are you crazy? He's like, let's have that be the only hunt, no scopes, but a lot of people could hunt. And I was like, oh, I disagree. But I like the idea of limited areas. I don't want this to be a slippery slope where we start saying, hey, let's just do it statewide now and make this, everyone has to hunt with no scopes anymore. And but I'm okay doing a research study. I think it'd be interesting. And Troy, I like that perspective of, hey, at least it gives us a chance to get out and hunt.
I have a comment and a question. Maybe the question is for you, Mike, since you sat on the Mule Deer Committee. The one gentleman, Chavis, I think is his name. He's come before this RAC and has reminded us about our role as hunters, both in society and the important legacy of that. And every time he speaks, it speaks to me. And so I'm less opposed to this as I was the antler point restriction, but I do also recognize one of the earlier gentlemen who's clearly unhappy with taking away people's right to use firearms that they've invested in. And so this one, again, I'm less opposed to, but I am opposed to, I think when we allowed scopes on muzzleloaders and then took that away, that created a lot of backlash. A lot of folks like myself put a lot of time and money into it. Fortunately, I kept my 1-power scope. So I think trying this, scopes have been on centerfire rifles probably since the advent of centerfire rifles. That's, at least since the Civil War. Historians might correct me, but Western style hunting like we do in these large open landscapes, it seems to limit us in a way that I understand it for muzzleloaders. And so I'm against it. But the question I have, and this is how I could get around it in a way, did the Mule Deer Committee talk about creating a traditional hunt similar to a hams hunt? And not that we reduce tags, but instead of changing a general tag season and making it go weapon restricted, did you talk about taking out a portion of tags and say carving out 4 days for folks who want to hunt with longbows and 30-30s? I don't know. Was that a conversation? Because I could get behind something like that, whereas this one's harder for me to swallow.
Yeah, So part of it was a research study to see if it actually, what would happen. And there was talk that I remember where the restricted weapons would get like the first 4 or 5 days, and then the regular weapons get the next, the rest. But what would happen with that is it would just defeat the purpose of any study. And so that's kind of where that came from. And the idea kind of came from like the extended unit, where it's archery only. And there's a, variety of age classes and a lot of opportunity. And as we look at permits being cut over time and not by this RAC, but the amount and increase in demand, there was, what can we do to offer opportunity, kind of like Troy said, and we'll pick on him a little bit. That was a great comment to end on there is what can we do to get people in the field and maybe not impact the resources much? And like you said, we have these big, vast open basins, and we can shoot all the way across them. We can dial our scope to 1,200 yards. I had a client that shot a buck in Wyoming at 1,900 and something yards. I don't even know how you can see it. But those are outliers, right? Those are outliers. And I want to say that it's not, everybody's not doing that. But we've increased so much, and we put the pressure on these deer in a way that what can we do to kind of pull that back? And this is a test, and it's going to be painful. I watched the Northern RAC last night, and I was thinking, no, there's no way they're going to pass this. It's in the cache. That's their backyard. Some of the comments were, hey, if we live in Logan, we're between Box Elder and Cache. We don't have anything to the north. We don't have much to the south because it's all private. And they still voted for it. They did not like the split, and I would defer to them. They didn't like to split the unit as has been asked for here tonight, just because of the size and of the unit and that. But that's kind of where that came from. Yeah.
So that was the question, and I guess I'll conclude with this comment. Thousand Lakes has been proposed as a potential possibility. There are folks that hunt that unit, like Troy's hunting the Boulder, that live in Redmond or Salina or Loa, and they go there every year because that's where they've gone every year. They have zero interest in, they're hunting with their grandpa's Remington 730-6. They have zero interest in switching, even if they don't see deer, because of their attachment to that place. And so to say for the first time ever that they can't hunt with grandpa's, Remington 700, it doesn't sit well, so I can't.
Mike. Yeah, I think again, this is that management of the social aspect of it. I think there's the ask that's been there, that the DWR gets hit with all the time from the public, and they have an opportunity to see what's going to happen to address the social side of deer management that seems to always come up, and not just the biology side of it, and get it. And so that's where I would probably support this.
Thank you. Brock?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I like the idea of finding ways to provide more opportunity. I mean, I agree with all the comments that have been said. Troy's comment about only getting to hunt 2 more times. I think everybody's in that same boat. And if this kind of study provides the potential for greater opportunity, again, I'm not going to vote on this, but I like the idea of providing opportunity.
Thanks, Brock.
For what it's worth, I would say I agree with what has been said as far as if it's in the name of the study, right? We're trying to obtain additional information. This is one we don't have. This is one we don't have intel from. We don't have the data on this one because we've never done these types of hunts. And whereas the difference for me, at least the antler point restrictions, it's been done, it's been proven, it's shown. And so that's why I was so against that one, but this one is different for me. And like I said earlier, it was a, whatever, I'll vote one way or another, but now I'm feeling more like I'm probably more leaning toward, yes, let's try it out. Cause what do we have to lose? I mean, we're going to, I hate to say this is what you're going to do down there on your units. That's like my biggest hang up with this thing, because I wouldn't want someone to tell me what to do on where I want to hunt. I don't like that idea, but this isn't just something that was randomly picked. And I think there was reason and logic used here to decide which units these studies will be done on. So that's what I had to say.
Okay, any more comments?
I'll make one real quick. One of the family stories that's in my family is my grandpa and then they'd always hunted Maple Mountain, and they'd ride up on horseback, spend a few days. And the story is of our family is there were so many deer and there were such bad shots, is what they say, is they had to ride back down to come get more bullets and then ride back up. And, you know, there's a picture of in our barn of the deer hanging on the deer hanging there after they've shot them. And what a great opportunity that was, you know, and that story gets passed on and passed on, is, you know, like it's been said, is give people the opportunity, because you don't know how much longer you'll be around to participate in those opportunities.
Thanks, Kellen. Looks like everybody's made up their mind, so I'll entertain a motion. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll make the motion that we accept this portion of the Mule Deer plan for the restricted weapons as proposed by the DWR.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I have a motion on the table from Eric to accept as presented, the weapons restriction portion. Seconded by John. All in favor, raise your hand. Let's see, Brock, Brock's abstaining.
He's abstaining.
And those opposed? So it passes 9-1 with Josh opposed and Brock abstaining. And Josh, would you like to state why you opposed more?
I mean, I said it. I think it's the onus on people having to retool their equipment it's more than they should have to do. And I don't like it.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks, Kent.
Mike, one question, I should ask this earlier. Dedicated hunters, does that just, is this all just next year they just have to change weapons, and is that how it works? It'll just like, I think it is addressed already, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if I vote. I just want to make sure it's clear in the record.
The answer is yes. They are subject to all the restrictions that would be passed. We took around the rule change last fall with some options in our proposal that would have allowed for some compensation. However, that got changed at the board. And so if you already prepaid everything, you're out if you want to change.
Kent, Jason asked me does that cover everything that you had, or do we need to make another motion to cover anything we missed besides those two items?
The rule changes would need to be,
okay.
Since you split it out, the rule changes are still part of it. So that would include you shot down the proposal, but we're still putting forth a rule change to add definitions for 4-point and 3-point antler restrictions.
Okay, so we do need a motion on the balance.
Yeah, and the second one would be the not using GPS collar data to aid in hunting.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Jason. So I need one more motion to pass the balance of item number 6.
Mike, can we raise one more question before we do that?
Yeah.
We should have talked about it earlier. So we did vote to split some of these units, right? The Tennick, Stansbury. Where do those tags draw for the dedicated hunters? We didn't, a comment was made about it and I totally forgot to bring it up.
And Dax just walked out.
So
just for clarification, I don't think the units are split yet. That's technically part of the seasons. So we haven't, it's kind of part of the
Okay.
plan, but not in the plan. So that's actually voted on in the next agenda topic.
Great question. So that'll be in the next agenda item.
Okay,
so.
good. I thought we'd missed it, but we haven't got to it yet.
Okay. All right, so we need to have a motion to pass the balance of item number 6.
So moved.
Second.
So moved by Scott, second by Bryce to pass the balance of item number 6, mule deer hunt structures and research proposals. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimous. Yeah. All right, Dax, you're back up at, do we need to take a break? Or are we okay to keep going? Okay. Agenda item number 7. Buck and bull hunt tables and dates.
Okay, yeah, so for this agenda item, you know, if the RAC has voted not to accept the antler point restriction, we would strike that from this recommendation. And yeah, any questions or information or clarification on this? We are recommending a 3-year season date structure. The last time we did 2 years, the board had asked us to do 3, but we just did 2 because we knew we had the deer plan coming up. And that's, you know, one of the other changes in the deer plan. Rather than a 5-year plan, we did a 6-year plan to encompass 2 of these 3-year season dates and season structure recommendation cycles. Part of the reason for that is because they really don't change much year to year. It's pretty much the same every year. We just make minor adjustments based on primarily Saturday openers. And a lot of it's kind of built around this traditional, you know, the rifle deer hunt is typically the last full week of October, opens on the Saturday closest to the 20th of October. If you watched the presentation or looked at the tables, you saw that it shifts just a day in 2025 and 2026. And then every 6 to 8 years, there's like a bigger reset, and that would be in 2027, where all the hunts would jump about 6 days later. But that's how we've been doing it for a lot of years now. So, and any questions or?
I think Josh had a great question.
I feel like we already voted on this, but for the units that we voted on to split the Tinnick into the Stanberries and all that, where does the dedicated hunter, what choice do they have, and how is that going to work for the tags?
So on a unit that's split, dedicated hunters would have the ability to choose, you know, if they had an Ochre Stansbury permit, they'd have the ability to choose the new Cedar Stansbury or Ochre Tinnick. They could choose. If they had dedicated hunter for the Tinnick unit, they would still have the Tinnick, but now I guess they have the option to also hunt the Ochres. If a hunter had the West Desert West with that Cedar Mountains portion going into the Stansburys, they would have the option to choose if they wanted to go to the Cedar Stansburys or stay in the new West Desert Swayze. And same with Beaver East and Beaver West. They would be able to choose which one of those they're going into. The one that's a little bit harder situation is the Thousand Lakes. If that unit converts limited entry, you know, they're out. Because we've canceled that hunt, I think we can work with them a little bit, give them potentially a partial refund. Thankfully, it's a very small number of people that were dedicated hunters for the Thousand Lakes unit.
Thank you.
Dax, I noticed in the hunt dates, in the non-resident column, there's the Ys and the Ns, so yes and nos. For the Little Rockies and the San Juan new limited entry hunts, I noticed that there's Ys in those. So are we guaranteeing that there will be at least 5 permits in those? Is that what the thought is?
Yeah, the idea would be, with talking to the biologist, that we would be recommending 5 permits for each of those. And when we hit 5, we typically do 4 and 1.
Okay. The reason why I asked that is on the mule deer committee, it was thought that it would be like 2 or 3 tags. But if they think 5 will work, then.
Yeah, I think the division was thinking 5. There was discussion. I don't know that we really nailed down a permit number. Maybe I walked away with a different thinking, like, oh, just a handful, 5, and maybe someone else thought, oh, 2 or 3. So yeah, but that's the intent. And obviously we bring permit numbers around in the spring, but I think from discussions with the biologists in those regions, we were anticipating like 5 permits would be what we'd recommend on those ones.
Any other questions?
So, I think we all received an email from Jake. I don't know how to say the last name, Huber. Did you guys get that, everybody? So I guess I'm the one that's bringing it up. I reached out to him. You didn't get it? Sorry. He had some, did you see the stacks? He says that he mentioned talking to you.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, I think everybody has seen it, so knows what it is, right? Other than Drew. He basically just didn't love the overlap between the archery hunters and the youth hunters on the any bowl units. And his proposal makes sense to me. I don't know where everyone else stands, but I wanted to discuss that real fast. Maybe that's part of the discussion. Sorry.
Yeah, that should be part of the discussion. Are there many conflicts that have been reported to you about this? I mean, has it been on your?
So we hear a little bit on that, and just I guess for the context there, several years back, 3-4 years ago, a member of the public suggested extending the general season any bowl archery elk season by 4 days to have more like better rut dates for that hunt. And that overlaps that early youth draw any bull opportunity, which is an any legal weapon hunt, a rifle hunt, that's kind of a rut hunt on any bull units. It's on the general units, but it's really good dates to have, to be rifle hunting elk. And that wasn't a recommendation that came from the division. That was one that came through the public process. Folks went with it and we've had it. There've been some conflicts over the years. And when it first initially got proposed, a lot of the archery hunters said, "Oh, this sounds so great. We promise if you give it to us, we won't complain about the youth hunters." Now they're complaining about the youth hunters. How we had it before, the archery hunt ended on Friday and then the youth hunt ran, 2 weekends, 9 days. The proposal would be to continue to have that archery extension, but then move the elk, the early any legal weapon youth elk hunters to have them overlap essentially the general season muzzleloader deer hunt. So they are hunting a different species. And at some point, I had some internal conversations with division leadership today, and I don't know if the conflicts are an issue. Maybe the best solution is just to go back to the old structure where the archery hunt ends on a Friday and then you have the youth hunt. There's pros and cons to making the change, and I think we're open to it and can live with it. And at some point, it's kind of like, well, if conflict's the change, and then if we switch it now, are we going to get complaints from the youth hunters that the muzzleloader deer hunters are messing them up? I don't know. So.
One more question, Dax. So do you see the conflicts are archery guys or gals, humans, complaining about the youth hunters, or is it the other way? The youth hunters are running into the archers and having issue with that?
I've heard more complaints from the archers. But I've heard some of both. It's not a lot. It's a handful every year, but I've probably heard more complaints from the archers that we're making a stock and then had a kid shoot over them at a bull or something that they were trying to sneak into bow range on.
So a couple questions. I guess that's not a, okay, I'll skip that. Do you think that moving it, as he has pointed out, to restructure, do you think that would eliminate these conflicts?
I think having folks after different species could probably help. There's pros and cons. You can make a pros and cons. I think, having elk hunters on elk hunters is probably trickier than having elk hunters on top of deer hunters. So in that regard, I think it'd be a little easier. And when I had some internal conversations today with some other folks at the division, there was some frustration of like, come on, archery guys, you asked for this, you said you wouldn't complain, and now you're complaining. Maybe we just go back to the old structure. So, but I think we're open to whatever. There's pros and cons to doing it. By moving the youth hunt a little later, depends on when peak rut is, which varies for elk. It varies a little bit year to year, depending on, where the season date structure lies and weather conditions and that type of thing. But maybe you're moving youth further away from peak rut conditions if you move them later. Like in a 2027 year, that hunt's going to occur almost all in October at that point. So yeah, there's some cons in that regard that you might move. The idea is to give youth kind of prime rut dates with the rifle, and it's a limited number of youth. You're moving that opportunity away for the youth. So there's pros and cons.
I was gonna say, I remember asking for it, but I don't remember saying I wasn't gonna complain.
Typical Archer. Just kidding.
We'd like to strike that from the record.
I'm a bow hunter too.
Hey, Dax, that same recommendation included the second part. Jake from the Northern RAC proposed extending or looking into the possibility of extending the Three Corners hunt because there's no hunt that follows the Three Corners archery specifically. What are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, so I actually had a good conversation with the region today as well on that one. We have a different season structure on the Three Corners unit because of kind of a historic understanding between Utah, Colorado, and Wyoming. Because of that, we haven't opened any rifle hunts or muzzleloader hunts during the month until the month of October. So because of that, we just had the archery season, kind of that mid-August to mid-September archery season, and then didn't have any other elk hunts until October. We've been running the limited entry, any legal weapon or rifle elk hunt on that unit with like the mid-season date. So it typically opens like first weekend in October. After talking with the region, they had some follow-up conversations with Wyoming and Colorado. And at this point, I think the region said, if we're going to change it, our preference would be to just go to like the standard season structure. The other states haven't necessarily been living up to that agreement that was made many years ago. And the permit numbers are so small. The concern about moving animals between states is not what it used to be. And so the region said our preference would be just make it consistent, add the early rifle hunt, move the muzzleloader hunt back earlier, and just run the standard season structure if we're going to make a change. So, and you know, if the idea of extending the archery hunt there, that could also work as well. I think we're open to whatever. After talking with the region, their preference would be, let's just make it consistent. We're already complicated enough. If there's an opportunity to make something consistent, let's take it. So, but either one could work. I don't think we'd have a lot of conflict if we did extend that archery season date.
Dax, on the new limited entry elk hunts, you had the East Canyon and the Morgan South Ridge. For those who bow hunt the extended archery portion of the East Canyon unit, is that still going to be available, even though it's going to be kind of a December limited entry hunt? I just want to make sure there's not a.
Yes, and there's potential for some conflict there. We had some discussions about it. There is a little bit of potential that you could potentially have someone that's hunting elk on the extended archery hunt, and you have a small number of limited entry elk hunters that would be hunting with either a hams weapon or on the East Canyon or a rifle on the Morgan South Ridge.
Any other questions for Dax? Seeing none, open up for questions from the audience. Okay, we'll close that and go to Jason for the online comments.
All right, thanks, Mike. We had 20 respondents for this, which best describes their position regarding the recommended big game season dates. We had 35% strongly agree, 25% somewhat agree, 20% were neutral, 10% somewhat disagreed, and 10% strongly disagreed, for a weighted average of 3.65. Just a quick summary. There were a couple of comments that wanted to have archery elk hunters have an extra week in September or to hunt the whole month of September. There was a comment about getting rid of the opportunity to buy bonus points after the regular draw. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Several comments that disagree with the overlap of the youth hunts and the archery, which you were just discussing. Comments on the need to give elk a break between all the different hunts that were going on out there. One comment that stated make the entire state limited units with 4 seasons, similar to Colorado. One comment was like to add the early rifle season on the Oak Creeks as long as you don't increase the tags. And then reduce the season dates for archery to 2 weeks and muzzleloader rifle season to 7 days.
Okay, thank you. Now we're to the point of public comment. And first up, we got Ben. Yep, sorry. You're good. And after him, we'll have Lonnie Rasmussen.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Ben Lauder representing Utah Archery Association. Dax, if you got archery hunters complaining about that overlap, tell them to call me. I'll put them in their place. That's just absolutely ridiculous. We supported that recommendation and we like that extension, but an archer should never be complaining about that overlap. Seriously, send them to me. Concerning the recommendations for the Box and Bowls hunt tables and dates, we support the recommendation as presented. Additionally, you're going to hear a recommendation from regarding some minor changes on management deer on the Ponsegont. I'll let him pitch those changes, but we support him on those recommendations as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Lonnie?
I better just clarify real quick. I don't want to cause a controversy that doesn't exist. It's a very small number because there's literally thousands of folks that hunt the general season archery elk hunt and 750 youth. Would I say a lot of comments? I mean, like 4 or 5 people. So I don't want to overstate it. I think it generally works quite well.
Thanks, Dax.
Lonnie Rasmussen, representing Youth Hunters Voice. I just would like to make a comment about the overlap on the youth any bull hunt. That's a limited entry hunt, and it's a once in a lifetime hunt, literally, for these kids. And to have other hunts going on during that, I think is a travesty for these kids who look forward to that, whether it's archery or muzzleloader. I have heard and seen and personally seen and heard a lot of comments about the conflicts. Not a ton, but they exist. If we were to do that on any other limited entry hunt in the state that wasn't kids that were getting the short end of the stick, we would never hear the end of it. So I would propose that we readjust back to the original dates and let the kids hunt. Thank you.
Thanks, Lonnie. Kevin Norman, about did it again.
Just glad to see Ben likes kids again.
Sorry. I'll get him.
Kevin Norman representing myself, and I probably should have let Ben propose this next change because I seemed to butcher it and make it super complicated last night. So I'm going to try and do better. What the issue is that came up recently is the management buck hunts on the Ponsegont. There's a few tags down there, and they're spread out between archery, muzzleloader, and rifle. And what the issue is that, for instance, the archery starts 10 days after the premium archery hunt for these management buck tags. Similarly with the muzzleloader, it starts later. The rifle is after the rifle hunt, and it's a 5-day hunt. These management hunts are meant to harvest management bucks and a high success rate. It's important to get the harvest on these bucks. The proposal is that we align these dates better. A lot of it has to do with just opportunity hunting with family and friends. If my dad has enough points to draw an archery ponce tag and I have enough to draw a management buck tag, it'd be nice to be able to hunt together. We're hunting different bucks. It's so few tags. It's not going to create an issue. Have friends down that live on the unit. They think it's crazy too that they're not aligned. So the proposal would be to align the management buck tags on the archery and muzzleloader hunt. In addition to that, there's a 2-week hunt for the cactus bucks on the ponce. I think it makes sense to align the management rifle or any weapon tags with the cactus buck hunt, give them 2 weeks and let's get the harvest on those bucks. Dax and the division seem to be okay with it. You can ask them further questions, but that's my proposal. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Kevin. Garrett, and then Troy Justice.
Garrett Slatkoff, representing the Utah Chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. Our organization supports these proposals.
Thanks. Thanks. Troy? Oh, you're the next one? Okay. All right. That's all the public comment cards we have. We'll turn it back to the RAC for discussion. So I'll start. There's a couple things that I have a little bit of heartburn with. We're not sure what kind of the permit numbers, how they're going to lay out on those 2 new limited entry hunts that have been proposed and passed. I personally would like to see it no non-residents, and it's not because I'm against non-residents. We just don't have a baseline, and I don't want to show up and have a recommendation of 2 or 3 permits, and then one of those has to go to a non-resident. So until we set a baseline, I personally think that should probably, those 2 units, we're just talking, really limited number of tags. Those should probably be residents only for the first year. And then I do agree with the 3 corners to change it in some way and fashion. It's interesting that you brought that up. I haven't thought about that enough to have an opinion right now, but I'm against moving the youth elk hunt in to overlap the muzzleloader deer hunt. Just like was said, the archer showed up. It was a good idea that was, taken in and passed, and we'll go along with any rules. And then like the next year, well, we really don't want to wear hunter orange, and it's like a camel's nose in the tent. It's pretty soon the youth is getting pushed out the door, and the archers are going to have their own 4 days extra, and then the youth are going to have to be pushed back over the muzzleloader deer hunt, which sounds great until you think about the youth that drew their once in a lifetime tag, and now they can't go hunt the muzzleloader. And I think about my son, who was really lucky, and he drew a youth tag when he's 14, and he shot a branch antlered bull on the south slope. And then the next weekend, he was able to go on the muzzleloader deer hunt and harvest a deer. And with how long it took us to kill the elk, because I might not be the best hunter in the world, he wouldn't have been able to hunt that muzzleloader deer hunt. So it just sits wrong with me that this idea is being presented, and I'm appreciative to the Northern RAC. They didn't vote on it. So those are my 2 concerns. Any other comments?
On the management tags, is that just for the Paunsaugunt, or is that like all? Does the Henry Mountain still have a management hunt? I can't remember tags.
We've had less management buck permits on the Henrys to where we don't have as much variety in season structure. It's more so a Paunsaugunt issue. And the background on that one is just for a lot of years that if you draw the premium limited entry permits for Paunsaugunt deer, that's a really coveted permit, very difficult to draw, really a premium permit in more ways than one. And so that's why it's been different dates to give the folks that did draw those super hard to draw permits some time to hunt without the other hunters on top of them. And there's just obviously not enough days in the calendar. We need like 2 Septembers if we're going to give everyone their own dates all the time. It's hard to accommodate this. And we've tried to accommodate hunters, and they're pretty sensitive on the Paunsaugunt. We don't have any bull archery season on the Paunsaugunt because they were worried about those folks potentially interfering with archery Paunsaugunt hunters. So I don't know. It's a sensitive one, and that's the background of, I guess, of why we've had different dates in the past, and that's why we'd recommended different dates.
Dax, how many permits are we talking about there across the 3 weapon types ballpark?
Oh, can you look that up for me? I can't remember that one off the top of my head. I remember when I was a new biologist, I was a new employee for the division, and I worked with Darren DuBois. He was a biologist on the cache. And I asked him, well, how many cow tags do you have on this hunt, Darren? And how many permits this? And he was like, I'll have to look that up. And I remember thinking to myself, what is this guy? He has to look that up. He doesn't even know it off the top of his head. And now I'm that guy. You asked me a question. I don't know, there's too many numbers running around. I got to look it up. Okay. It's a relatively small number of permits. 4 archery, 4 muzzleloader. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
I've heard people refer to the youth hunt as a once in a lifetime hunt. Is it truly once in a lifetime?
I think we call it once in a youth time.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're
So
eligible.
Just to be clear, it's once in their youth.
During the
Right.
period of time that they're eligible, they can only draw it once.
I got it.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's not really once in a lifetime. Good, thanks.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I was just gonna say, for what it's worth, I feel like there are plenty of conflicts during hunting season. One of them is an extremely coveted limit entry rifle tag, which happens to also coincide with the spike elk hunt. So let's not forget that. I mean, there's thousands of humans invading the mountains chasing spikes when these guys who waited 25 years to hunt a bull. So this isn't an incredibly uncommon thing that happens. I think it's far less common to have a conflict with archers and youth hunters than it is anything else. I don't know if it justifies moving it, Mike. I don't know if it does. I just brought that to everyone's attention because I said that I would. I told Jake that I would. So I'm not necessarily looking for us to make even a motion on it or vote on it. I just think that it's worth discussing.
Yeah, and to me, I understand that, and I think the hunter's voice ask is kind of what the northern region, that was the route that they were going to go over this, and I'm not addressing the conflict as much as that's what the archers are the ones that are addressing the conflict. They're the ones that are whining about the conflict. That's the proposal comes so they don't have to have the conflict. It's not proposal isn't from the youth. So the proposal from the youth that we heard is to move it back, and so then there's no conflict. So.
And to be clear, if we pass everything as recommended, that would strike out the 4-point rule. If we don't need to say that again, do we, Dax, if they've already voted on it?
Yeah, I think that would just be inferred at this point if you're not supportive of the on the point restriction. And it's kind of complicated sometimes when we recommend a plan change and then also other recommendations that are contingent on the plan change or the research proposal. So we'll just have to kind of deal with that on the fly. We'll make sure we have the intent correct, but yeah.
And we could include that with if we're concerned, we can include some kind of language. And I don't think it would be a bad thing to have there be an overlap on the Ponsonant with the management tags, because you're only overlapping a few muzzleloaders and a few archers, and then the rifle is overlapped with the cactus buck hunters, and that's not really a competitive situation or anything. So
I'm ready to throw a motion out, and if it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. I did. If you're in the bathroom, there's a number for those who need emotional or personal challenges after these RAC meetings. I saw that. So Blumkus hell. I grabbed one. No, I'm just kidding. But I'd move that we accept the division's recommendation as presented, with the addition that we add language that allows the management hunts on the Ponsonant to align for all seasons, and also to add the ability to allow the division the ability to add to align the 3 corners hunt dates with the current hunt structure as already set up. Does that make sense, or do I need to clarify that, guys? Clarify it, Josh. I can take one. Clarify my motion a little bit, Josh.
I drew a 3 corners archery tag, so I care a lot about that unit. It's a unique unit, and for people that don't know it, I think the historic agreement between Colorado and Wyoming that was maybe a good faith handshake deal probably ought to not be done away with so quickly, because I think when I drew that tag, there were 5 archery tags, maybe 4 rifle tags. Like, it's not a lot of elk. And it's hard to get to. It's very wide open. And so I think if you throw all of these hunts all at once at that unit, it will profoundly change it. So I was curious about extending the archery hunt for a week or 2, because I think it is more into the meat of the rut. I liked every part of your proposal until you threw in that last part.
I'll strike that. I'll strike that
'cause
3 corners part. We can go on that separate. Let's strike that.
It's just such a unique unit. And I'm not saying that I'll never draw it again. It took me 12 points to draw. I might draw it again, but I draw it again. It's unique. And I think that original agreement was probably put in place for all the right reasons. So
let me strike that. I'll strike
Yeah.
that portion on the three corners. So the motion remains. Maybe Mike, can we come back to that as a separate item?
I think that we should address the first item rather than just striking that because your motion was to accept accept their recommendation, except for these couple things. And then once we pass that, I don't want to have to try to go back to it. So if we want to address the three corners, let's do that now. Or
I didn't get a second anyway, so we can.
yeah, that fails because of lack of second.
Well, and it wasn't part of the division's recommendations. It was just a point of conversation. So if you
true.
wanted to keep your motion without that, I think you're good to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just modify my motion to accept the division's recommendations as presented with the addition of the adding the season dates on the management hunts for the Ponsagon.
Yeah, and I'll second that.
Okay, we have that? Yeah. Okay, do we need to restate? Okay.
Just to be totally clear, you're being in, so the archery and muzzleloader management permits would be exactly the same as the premium limit entry and the any legal weapon hunts and cactus hunts on the for the management buck and cactus buck would be during that window, but combined. Okay, just want to be clear.
Okay. All in favor, raise your hand. And Jim?
Brock might have had to step away.
Yeah, so he's gone. Okay. Passes unanimous. Did you want to address the three corners issue? No. Okay. All right. That's what I was trying to say. I thought I thought somebody was going to address that, and that's why I wanted to do that before we voted on that. So, okay. So now we're to topic number 8 with Rusty Robs. Once in a lifetime recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My voice is better than it was last night, but it's still not great. So I'll do my best and try not to wax philosophical up here for too long. But just to summarize the once in a lifetime key dates and hunt structure. Again, these are also multi-year recommendations, 3-year recommendations. We can still make changes if necessary throughout the cycle. We are recommending to split the Escalante Desert Bighorn unit into 2 units, the Escalante West and Escalante East, and that's to resolve some hunter distribution issues down there. We're also recommending to reinstate the Antelope Island Bighorn hunt, recommending some later season dates on Desert and Rocky Mountain sheep tag or sheep hunts. Later than we've done in the past, in the recent past. Recommending some changes to the hunt structure and discontinuing a hunt on the Bookless Little Creek South unit, and that's to help with some pressuring issues and some overcrowding, and hopefully let those bison kind of settle into that roadless area a little better. And then we're recommending a new moose hunt on the Box Elder. And so we're excited to offer that opportunity. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions?
How many tags would you have for Antelope Island?
Hasn't been set yet. It'll be set in the well, according to the existing MOU, it would be 2 permits is how it's written in the agreement with state parks. We're currently in conversations with state parks to maybe modify that a little bit in the future. And I think that will be in place by the time we set permits in the spring. So that may change a little bit.
And that's what estimated population, about 70 animals over there?
There's about 115 right now.
Are there? Okay.
And yeah, getting some older age class rams. Don't expect a lot of permits this first hunt. You know, we don't have a lot of old rams, but we will in the future. So this is just kind of to get it jump started. I wouldn't expect, you know, a lot of permits on that yet.
Got it. Thanks.
The Northern RAC had a pretty good conversation on this, and there was a lot of concern there that the public hunter didn't get to go first, or they wanted them to go at the same time. Can you expand on that? What would happen if the public hunter or the purchase tag holder would hunt at the same time? Or
Yeah, we've done that in the past, and we've had some conversations about that today. And I think in a lot of cases, the public hunter still felt like they were second fiddle when they show up, and there's a bunch of guides and outfitters there to help the special conservation permit holder. And it created some issues there. And so when this MOU was written, I think this was 2016, it was signed. And you're going to love these hunt dates. The way this is written is the season begins the second Monday of November. And then that's for the special conservation permit. And then the public hunt starts the Wednesday immediately following the second Monday of November. So that's how it's written. That's how it's in place. So the conservation permit does get a couple day head start. So.
I have one. The comment came in from the public. Has the division considered a management ram hunt, perhaps 3/4 crow or less, to target abundant smaller rams on Antelope Island, most prone to wander? Could help manage the ram to ewe ratio without putting all the pressure at the top end?
Yeah, actually, we've talked about that. We've talked about a lot of options to lower that ram to ewe ratio by hunting. Instead of having to transplant them off. And under the current agreement, it's not an option. It's 2 permits every year. And so again, we are working with parks on that to increase the number of permits, hopefully treat it like any other sheep unit in the state where we manage to the statewide bighorn plan. And they seem to be open to that. And so we're having those conversations and working through that. So it could be that we get the ram harvest we need without implementing, some sort of management ram hunt.
any other questions? Braden, no. Yeah.
First time for everything, Braden.
Okay, any questions from the audience? Seeing none, turn it over to Jason.
All right, for the question, which describes your position regarding the proposed once-in-a-lifetime hunts, we had 8 respondents. We had 88% that strongly agreed, and 13% that were neutral, and no responses for the other categories. The weighted average is 4.75, and we received no comments for that topic.
Okay, but we do have some comments from the public. So up first is Ben and then Garrett.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Ben Otter, representing the Utah Archery Association. Concerning the sheep or the dates on the sheep, the recommendation is to extend the dates on the sheep hunts to the end of the year. After some conversations with both DWR, some other organizations, other sheep hunters, come to realize that that's going to create some unnecessary conflicts. And this was Mike, if it sounds like you were watching last night, this was a big conversation last night, and I feel like the northern region tried to way overcomplicate it. So we recommend sticking with the current dates, and where the northern RAC I feel like got into trouble is they were trying to match they're trying to make it fair by not letting the conservation tags go later. I think an easy solution to that is to maintain the current end dates, and then just add language to that says the conservation tags end on the same days. I think that's pretty simple and straightforward. Other than that, we support the recommendations as presented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Garrett Slatkoff, representing Utah Chapter Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. Our organization supports these proposals. Thanks.
Troy Justin, representing Sports Fish and Wildlife. We support the recommendations as presented, excluding the sheep. And kind of going on what Ben said, that rather than extending the public to go to December 31st, we just stay with the current hunt dates and bring the conservation tags back to end when the public ends. First off, a couple reasons why. That's when we do a lot of our counts and captures with the helicopter, is in November and December. You're gonna have some pissed off hunters when a chopper comes flying around and while they got their sheep hunt. The other thing is I think 3 months is a long time to hunt sheep. You're gonna put a lot of pressure on your top end and giving everybody the ability to. Now, I have no concern with moving the conservation permits back to, the same time as the public hunters. I don't think it's gonna affect the price at all. And it's the right thing to do, just out of fairness issues. So we'd recommend that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Troy. And so that's all the comment cards I have. So bring it back to the RAC. So my understanding is recently, the division asked that the conservation sheep permits holders can hunt. Is it just desert or is it both?
There's a variance on both.
There's a variance on both to the 31st of December. And so, Rusty, correct me if I'm wrong, the proposal that you're presenting is to mirror let the public hunt as long as the conservation permit has to hunt.
Yeah, and perhaps I can provide a little context and background. This spring, we took around, historically, since conservation permits have been around, it was in rule that we could ask for a variance to extend those season dates. And we ended up doing that every time. And the board always granted that variance to the end of the year. So we decided this past spring to let's just put that in rule so we don't have to ask for it every year. And took that rule around, and then as we brought that around and had conversations, it kind of, some of the sentiment was, well, if we really are going to do this, conservation permit is going to hunt till the end of the year, every year. We should allow the public hunter to do the same as a matter of fairness. And so the wildlife board asked us to look at that as an action item. And I don't want it to sound like I'm undermining the board. We do have issues going that late, but ultimately we could have told the board, no, we can't do that. But we said, we're willing to try it. But I brought it up as just to kind of bring to everyone's attention that there are concerns, and we may come back in the middle of the cycle and change that if it's not working. And we're also we're open to some of the suggestions that have been given tonight to maybe reopen the conservation permit rule, just align the dates and be done with it.
And that makes more sense to me, to shorten the dates back to where they were. And then the conservation tag hunter, he hunts the same dates. Everybody's on the same page. And so that's what I would prefer, especially after watching the discussion last night. They took about 35 minutes to discuss this, so let's not. I think, Ben's recommendation was what I was thinking about when I was watching it. Just shorten everything up. That's going to make Rusty come back, or somebody come back through to shorten the conservation tag holder. And would that happen for next year, or would that happen? It might go one more year and then it'd be all reset together.
I may ask Justin to help me on time frame here. I think procedurally, the RAC would ask the board to put it on our action log to reopen that conservation permit rule, which we could potentially do the next RAC cycle. So that would be spring. We'll let Justin give us the truth here.
I'm really not dressed for the occasion, so I apologize. Justin Shannon. Yeah, Deputy Director.
Sorry, Justin, you blended right in.
Yeah.
I think those, it's in rule right now. It would take a rule change, but those permits have already been allocated by the board with those season dates, and they've already been issued to the conservation conservation organizations already. So if we needed to do something mid-cycle for year 2 or 3, that's doable, but I don't think we could go back and say for this year because there's already been conversations about marketing and other things. So I think the fairest and cleanest thing, if the RAC and the board wanted us to take action on them, it would be for years 2 and 3. So.
Perfect. And that's what I would recommend, but.
So there was a comment that extending these dates, both of them would potentially put pressure on these animals. So has that been studied? Is that something we have information on, pressure?
You talking about the longer season dates? Bighorn, with the limited number of tags we give them Bighorn, I don't think we mean, pushing animals around, push them around, pressure like we think of with elk and things like that. I think probably what Troy was alluding to is that we're putting a lot of hunting pressure on the top end where people have 3 months to pick out the biggest ram on the unit. I think that's what you're alluding to with pressure that would, take up that top end off every year potentially.
Thanks for the clarification.
That was a good first question. Okay, I'm ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the proposal as written for the first year and for years 2 and 3 to revert back to the original dates for the Bighorn.
So your proposal is to accept as presented and ask the wildlife board to ask the division to move the conservation permit hunters and dates to mirror the public.
Correct.
Okay. So we've got a motion on the table by John, seconded by Scott. Do we need to restate it? No? Okay, all in favor? Passes unanimous. Thanks, Rusty.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're to number 9, Lindy Barney with talking about points, which she loves to do.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. So brief summary of what I'm proposing tonight. So these are recommendations that came out of the Mule Deer Committee that met this spring. The Mule Deer Committee explored different ways to try to get more opportunity to our youth and to our hunters. So the first recommendation that came out of this committee was for all of our first-time youth applicants for a general season deer permit, is to give them 1 preference point. So they would go into their draw the very first time with 1 point instead of 0. That way they would have a better chance of drawing out and not like guarantee them a permit, but give them a little bit of a leg up as being a first-time hunter. The second recommendation is currently right now we give 20% of the general season deer quota to our youth. So it's a 20% allocation. We're looking at the data that came to find out that not all of the 20% youth allocation is being utilized by the youth in those rounds because we don't have enough archery and muzzleloader youth applicants in certain units. So it's unit based. It's not like statewide, it is unit based. So what we are recommending is all unutilized allocation permits would be converted to an any legal weapon permit, and then we would rerun the youth applications and see if any more youth would actually use those permits.
That's just for you.
Yes. Yep. And then the third recommendation that's coming before you guys tonight is to no longer allow the overall applicants, so adults and youth, whoever applied, they can no longer apply for general season deer permit, point, or dedicated hunter, COR or preference point. So they have to pick either or, no longer can do both. So those are the 3 recommendations. So any questions, I'm glad to answer.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
The 20% youth allocation, is that in rule or is that just a guideline or?
It's in rule.
So that is in rule.
Yes,
The weapon splits, are those kind of a guideline or are those?
that's a guideline.
So that-
The 60-20-20, that is in the statewide plan,
Yeah,
and it's a guideline. We do have some units that is a little different than the 60-20-20, but overall, that's what we try to stick with.
perfect. But the 20% allocation to youth
Yes.
is in rule.
Yes, it's
Okay.
in the big, like my application rule.
Perfect. Any other questions? I got one more question. So I was hoping one of you guys would have one. So if we give youth a preference point,
Mhm.
their first year. So the 12-year-old coming in this year would have 1 point. And the 13-year-old that was a 12-year-old last year that didn't draw, now they have 1 point.
Mhm.
So are they would be competing against each other, and it's possible that the 13-year-old might not draw that tag.
Correct.
And so if it steps, if we do that, does that just create a kind of bump a point creep on the
Mhm.
youth?
Yeah.
In
Yes,
some ways?
it does. Yeah, and that was discussed, but yeah, that's exactly, you're just kind of bumping that level up a little bit.
Yeah.
Like
I
the
mean,
0 point applicants.
whoever had that idea on the Mule committee was crazy. Any other questions for me?
Yeah, I have 6 kids. So I have a lot of, I have current hunters and future hunters coming up. I thought the same thing. I was like, oh, great. My daughter next year, this next spring when I put her in, I'm like, oh, she'll have a preference point. That's great. But now she's just gonna, be competing against, it makes my 13-year-old now a disadvantage almost, right? It just creates a little bit of a weird point creep, but I don't know. I don't love preference points anyway. I think bonus point systems, I love that system way better. That's a different topic than what we have today. But I think we're trying to deal with the point creep and give opportunities. So it's good. I like it.
Okay. Any other questions? Question?
I guess I have one. If these permits that are left over are turned to any legal weapon, how would that work? Would there be like a second draw where here were the leftover
Yeah,
archery and muzzleloader permits, and then now they're so would they
So-
be unit specific? And I guess
Yeah.
just talk us through it a little
yeah,
bit more.
so right now, so when we run the draw, so it's like the youth rounds, we take all the youth that are 17 and younger. We run their applications, we do it based on draw numbers. So whoever has the lowest draw number, we take that, and then we look at what unit. So it's, point based, right? So if they have 2 points, we'll look at their lowest draw number first. Then we look at their first choice, and if it's an archery tag, and we have that permit, they, are successful. But so these permits that are unutilized, what we would do is reconvert them to any legal weapon, do another new round for youth that were unsuccessful. So it's like one more, layer to the draw that they would go through. So ultimately, like the youth would go through the draw 3 different times to try to get a permit. So this would be just another youth draw of all the unsuccessful applicants. We'd rerun, given new draw numbers. And then if they had any legal weapon, choice for that unit that were left over, if it's like on what Manti, you have to think of what region I'm in. So if we had some on the Manti that were archery that were left over, we'd convert it to any legal weapon.
Yeah.
And then we would see who had that left over, and they would be successful.
So if I'm just making up numbers, there's 20 rifle tags allocated on a specific unit, and you have 10 left or 5 leftover archery tags that weren't drawn. So now do we have 25 kids hunting it all at once in the same season?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's essentially it would, give that 60% allocation a little bit higher because we're
Yeah.
converting them.
Right.
But it's a small number and each year it is going to, switch. It's not always going to be this 2,800 that I
Yeah.
put in the presentation, just because everyone applies differently every year, right?
Yeah.
That was just for these numbers, but yeah, that's what would happen. You'd
Do
have
you-
more.
do youth hunts, do people complain about overcrowding as much on youth hunts as like some of the other general season hunts?
It's the same hunt that you're
Oh,
out
it's just
on.
during the same time. Yeah.
So yeah, we get that complaint that it's overcrowding.
Yeah.
Lindy, I've got a couple
Yeah.
questions. So have you looked at, and is this going to be those that are the tags that are not drawn, but reallocated to any weapon? Will they go back into the same unit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
they
I
will
like that.
be unit specific.
Okay, I
Yeah,
like that. And then the second one, what if, before you did that, is there a way to look at, because I'm sure there are units that are undersubscribed with archery tags for youth and muzzleloader, but there's units that aren't, right? Would you consider, and I don't know how everyone feels about this, but I guess you can't because it's unit specific. I was gonna say, take those archery to that. No, that's not gonna work.
Okay, sure.
It's getting late,
No, it is a very, we
It's a-
spend hours in the committee talking about how we can help the youth get a tag easier because, it is hard when you only offer 70,000 general season deer tags and, we have 150,000 applicants overall. It is, we want those youth involved, but we already, give them 20% of the allocation. We have over-the-counter archery tags, so it's above and beyond what goes through the draw. And now we have these extended archery tags too. So there are other opportunities, but the Mule Deer Committee was trying to think of other things to help get these tags into their hands.
And Lindy, I like, sorry, I'm going to comment. No, it's not, it's a comment. Sorry, it's not a question. I don't want to get cut off on my, so I'll save it.
Okay.
Any other questions? Questions from the audience? Seeing none, go to Jason.
All right, thanks, Mike. We had 18 respondents to the question, which describes your position regarding recommended changes to youth hunting and deer hunting applications. We had 33% that strongly agreed, 17% that somewhat agreed, 6% that were neutral, 17% that somewhat disagreed, and 28% that strongly disagreed, with a weighted average of 3.11. A couple of the comments, we had a couple that thought the youth opportunities were plenty right now and didn't need to provide more opportunity. We had 5 comments that we're still not giving youth enough opportunity. There were 5 comments about limiting dedicated hunters to just one draw. There was 1 that supported that and 4 that opposed that. And then 3 comments were not, did not like the idea of converting the unallocated youth tags to general tags. That's what I have.
Perfect, thank you. Let's see, do we have any public comments on this one? So we have Ben and then Kevin Norman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Ben Louder, representing the Utah Archery Association. I'm going to break this up into 3 parts. First, I'll take the easy one, the general season and dedicated hunter applications. We like it the way that it is. We like being able to apply for both. So we oppose that recommendation. We'd like to see it stay the way that it currently is. On the giving the youth a point on the surface, that sounds like a great idea. And last night I supported this, and tonight I'm just going to take a no position on it because after listening to last night's discussion and thinking about it some more, essentially what it does is allows they're trying to figure out last night what it does, and here's really what it does: is it creates a situation where a first-time youth applicant draws a tag their first tag faster, and then there's second tag slower because new youth hunters coming in are going to draw them faster. So good luck on that one. I don't know what to tell you to do there. And then on the rolling the youth permits, the unallocated youth permits over, I'm struggling with that one. We had a representative on the deer committee, and as we discussed this in our board meeting, he had a completely different understanding of where those tags were going to come from. His understanding from the mule deer committee meetings was that those would be, that percentage would get rolled over and redrawn as rifle youth tags, but that allocation would come from the rifle tags, not from the archery or the muzzleloader. And so, and I know where you were getting at with, and thanks for the clarification on with your questions earlier, that 20% is in rule, and the 20-20-60 splits is a guideline, but this would effectively change those splits, the 20-20-60 allocations. It would reduce archery and it would reduce muzzleloader allocations. And I'll just point out that it would currently, there's 1,600 archers that are getting tags, adult archers that would not otherwise, and 1,200 muzzleloader tags that would not otherwise. So again, I'm going to take a no position on this one at this point, but some things to consider. So good luck in your conversation. Thanks.
Thanks, Ben. Kevin, and then Garrett.
Kevin, representing SFW. We support this proposal with one exception, and that's the same regarding the general season and the dedicated hunter limitation of. We also like it the way it is, where you can apply for both things.
Garrett, and then Lonnie.
Garrett Slatkoff, representing the Utah chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. Our organization supports all three of the proposals put forth here from the youth perspective. That was, as discussed, talked a lot about on the committee. And while these proposals might not be perfect, we do think it is a step in the right direction. The general season and dedicated hunter preference points, that's a tough one for a lot of folks on our organization to swallow, but point creep's an issue. Again, a lot of ideas were put forth on how to adjust point creep in the committee. From a logistical, financial perspective, a lot of that it just wasn't feasible. And this is kind of what the committee felt was the best shot to at least start with. And again, a lot of our organization understands that that's going to be a shock to them, but if it can, maybe potentially help point creep, we were supportive of it. Thanks.
Thank you. Lonnie, and then Troy.
Lonnie Rasmussen, Youth Hunters Voice. We support the division's proposal, and would like to thank the division, Lindy and Dax, and the Mule Deer Committee for their strong consideration to increasing opportunities for youth to get in the field. Obviously, we are pretty passionate about that and spend a lot of time trying to do that ourselves. But the youth need every opportunity they can get in order to get the experience and become interested and fill the seats that you guys occupy right now in the future. And for whatever reason, especially in Utah, deer hunting is that one of the gateways. The division has done an awesome job with a lot of other opportunities to get youth out, which we applaud. But we definitely would like to give every youth an opportunity that we possibly can. So we definitely support the recommendations.
Thank you.
Troy Justinson, Mule Deer Committee. Now you know what we spent the other 6 days on is youth on that. I'm being serious. Yeah, every time I've gone in and sat on a committee, I've had one thing that I wanted to get. And when I come into this one is I wanted to do the same thing we did on the elk, that every youth gets a tag their first year. They got to hunt. And damn, we kicked that thing around and looked, and it amazed me is every angle we looked at of the impact it had. And there was just no way possible to do that without affecting so many people. And so we thought we came up with a pretty good idea, and now we see that it has a flaw. But as far as I go, I support what we came up with as far as the Mule Deer Committee on this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy. I'll bring back to the committee for discussion. So I'm gonna stick my neck out a little bit, and Troy was right. We met here a lot, but they made us drive clear up to Eccles in Farmington one time because we had to talk about points and how to combine things. I mean, Lindy took our questions and she did great. And she told us how wrong we were many times and how unavailable the options were. It would be so nice to make the dedicated hunter and the general season, combine those and just have it as a choice. But the reason why that dedicated hunter general season recommendation came out is because there's 11,000 people, including myself and my family, that get the dedicated points and get the general season points. And the way you work it, you can have a tag every year, but it just creates 11,000 plus more options for point creep. And it hurts me and my family. And so if you guys vote it down, I'm fine with it. And at the same time, if we vote it down, we've just allowed that maybe one of the few things we could do to address it without revamping the whole system. So I'll be good either way. But there was a reason for it. And it's a hard reason because I like to deer hunt and I like to have a tag. And if we go away from this, I might go a year or two without a tag. But, you know, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. And then on the youth allocations, I understand what Ben's saying, but that 20% is supposed to stay in the youth pool. And that's what this recommendation does. And it gives 2,800 more youth opportunity to go deer hunt. And that in itself will lower the wait times for tags for youth and not have them draw more often. So turn it over to anybody else has a comment.
Yeah, I would support this. I have two kids that lost interest real fast in hunting to where now I don't even put in either because they don't have the interest to go, and I don't want to go by myself. And I would, I think any opportunity to get the youth in the field also keeps that whole thing we've talked about or heard about, you know, the family side of it, hunting. And I think any opportunity to get youth involved and to go is a good thing.
Yeah, my second son, Stetson, he's avid, but he's never hunted a deer in Utah. 2 years now, hasn't drawn a deer tag. And today he's actually out us helping recover my brother's buck and said, I want to shoot a deer in Utah, Dad. And I said, well, you'll draw for sure this year. So I was like, this year I've done the math, unless somebody else with his buying point shows up, he'll draw. So yeah, I support it too. It's going to be hard if his little sister draws first somehow and he doesn't draw. That's going to be some drama in the shepherd home, but I support it. The only thing I struggle with is that dedicated hunter general season. And I'm thinking selfishly, right? I'm in that same boat where it takes me 2 to 3 years to draw my dedicated hunter unit. And so in the meantime, I want to be putting in for a deer tag still to hunt deer. And so having the ability to hunt deer, shoot 2 bucks every 3 years by dedicated tag and then still be able to be buying points. So on those off years, I can keep hunting. It's nice to have that ability. I get the point creep thing too, though. So I don't know the right solution. I struggle with that one.
So at the risk of getting clumped in with Ben as anti-youth, I think the point option is flooding the system with needless points. It seems like, yeah, you might be disappointed, but it seems like a daunting prospect to have, 1 point and then a new kid comes in and now you've gone 2 years without drawing, which is a possibility. And so, that one, I don't know. It seems like it's a solution in search of a problem, or however they say that phrase. I was less excited about the changing of tags from archery and muzzleloader to rifle, but I think Mike, your point of keeping those youth tags in the pool, I do worry very much about overcrowding because it's a huge issue on a lot of general units. I'd be in favor of that, but the point one seems less like a viable solution to that issue.
I'm curious if we could build a dashboard so that you can look at the hunt that you're applying for and the weapon type and know your probability of drawing just based on that. And maybe we draw people or you push people into different weapon types due to that. And because it's the same problem when you get older. It's not going to go away when you turn 18. It's just going to be exacerbated. So a youth can look at that and say, hey, Dad, buy me a bow so I can hunt and figure it out yourself kind of thing. Or buy me actually it looks like buy me a muzzleloader is what it looks like for youth.
We have that. It's called the draws for youth.
and I don't look at them, so it's probably there already.
The youth will, need to, you can definitely research it and see. It's hard to do like current because people can edit like, what like currently is happening with the current application, but you can look at last year's and see where the youth applied and what youth permits.
So if it just was a little pop-up right next to the unit I'm clicking on,
no,
I would use it that way.
And that would be,
But if I've got to go digging through, if it's more than 3 clicks, my generation doesn't do it.
True. But I totally get what you mean. Yeah, it would really, be awesome. But like that would like bog down the application system so much. But we're always inventing new things and we have great things coming ahead that I'm excited about. We're in the development stages new to start like discussing everything, but we have new things coming about. So it will be fun in the next couple of years. But for now, unfortunately, it's just gotta search draws.
Yeah, the hard part, Scott, is you can't predict, right? Like this year I looked at Fish Lake and my son with his, looked at the hunt. One had 2 points, one had 1 point. I thought, okay, if this one with 2 points will for sure draw based on the last 5 years. And then somebody decided to come in and had 3 or 4 points and now we don't draw because of the preference point system.
And that's, it happens on every unit, no matter if it's general season or limited entry, people swoop in and change things and change their mind of where they want to hunt. And so it's really hard to predict how guaranteed a unit is. I did quotations there.
And Scott makes a good point that I know we're probably not going to vote on it, but like if I look at the draw odds and it says there's 58 applicants and 58 drew and it was 1 and 0, doesn't tell me how many tags there were available. If there were 100 tags and I knew that there were 100 tags available for that muzzleloader tag and only 58 kids put in for it, I would know that I would probably draw the next year. And so that might be the one flaw with the current thing.
With the current,
Agreed.
So, I do agree with that with Mike. And that's said, we've got some exciting things coming down the road.
Yeah.
And so that will be amazing with draws.
And we did as a committee, making all the youth tags any weapon. But then it was brought up that, the kid that wants to hunt muzzleloader or archery, they wouldn't be able to draw their tag as easy. So that's why it stayed the same. So anyway, any other comments or questions?
Mike, I do. So I don't want to jump on the bandwagon of hating children that we've seen so frequently tonight, but and it's going to sound bad. So here we go.
You've been driving that bandwagon.
Yeah. I appreciate what the division and what the committee has done here in an attempt to create additional opportunity for youth. I think that the youth have fantastic opportunities as it is. My kids have all drawn deer tags, general season deer tags. And on the years that some of them don't draw, they still tag along and they still get to go hunt and they still get to enjoy the outdoors. And I don't want it to, opportunity is opportunity and that's not lost on me. However, I don't have a tag every year and a lot of us don't have a tag every year, yet we can still go out and enjoy the outdoors. And I know that's not maybe like everybody doesn't want to, everyone wants a tag. I understand that. But I learned a lesson a long time ago. I took my kids fishing and I would only take them fishing when the bite was crazy hot, right? And they're guaranteed to catch a stack of fish and they're ultra entertained and they're loving it. But then guess what happens in the next couple of times when we go fishing and they don't catch anything? They hate it. They hate it because it was stupid, it was boring, and they didn't have video games in front of them. So if we make it so easy for our kids to get a tag every single time they apply, and then the very next year they don't, we might lose them then. So I'm not saying I'm against this idea, but I am going to say this. I don't think there's anything wrong with the current system. I don't think we all know what we're up against, that we are fighting for tags. And some years are better than others. And with more points, we have a greater chance. I would hate to see it, and I'm going to say this again because I know this is coming up at some point. I would hate to see us go to a 0-point system, because then it's everybody has the same chance of drawing something or not. You may never draw a tag. Is that really fair? How can you equate that to I've waited in line at the grocery store for 30 minutes and it's almost my turn. I'm going to get what I came here for, right? I've paid dues. I just don't understand I'm sorry, I derailed this. I don't know. I think I could probably just say, nah, kid's got it already pretty dang good. So, and if your kid doesn't hunt because they don't draw a tag, take them hunting without a tag. Take them bird hunting. And there's a lot of options, right? There's a lot of options for kids. Sorry.
I think it's a good point. I'd take it one step further and say, just because a youth has a tag doesn't mean we've won a youth hunter. Like, you're still competing for that youth's attention in all the ways you just described, whether they have a tag or not. And I know many of my friends' kids, my daughter isn't old enough to hunt yet, but they have tags in their pocket and they would rather go mountain biking or skiing with their friends. And so if like you think this is the golden ticket, I don't know. It just seems like it's more points and more confusion. So, I mean, if I were to make a motion, it would be that we accept it without the tags. And I'm split on the other one, the allocation. I could support that, but I don't want to make a motion before the conversation's over. So
I think we're looking at this saying our kids can't hunt if they don't get a rifle tag. I grew up muzzleloader hunting, and because I could draw a tag every year. So I think we just need to keep that in mind, that just because they don't have a rifle tag doesn't mean they can't go hunting. There's plenty of options.
I think the reason people put in for that any, and that's one of the loopholes maybe, but people put in for that any legal weapon because then the kids can hunt rifle, muzzleloader, and archery, right? That's like why I put my kids in for that. So I probably am a hypocrite saying he can't get a tag, because he could get a bow tag any year probably, right? It's just I want him to get that rifle and then give him the chance to hunt all 3 seasons. So yeah.
And fortunately, the way Lindy's written it up is if the youth that wanted to muzzleloader hunt or archery hunt, they would get the first shot at those tags. And then once all those kids were given tags and there was leftovers that were still part of the youth allocation, then it'd go back to the any weapon. So it would reward both sides. At least that's the way I look at it.
So it sounds like the preference point is the issue that people have issues with. That's probably one of the ones that we're not, the one up bonus point, preference point's the issue. Where are we at on the allocation? Are we pretty close to, like, people could go with the allocation idea? I'm fishing here.
I think you'd have to make a motion to find out.
I'm going to parse this. I'm going to do one motion. I'm just going to parse out and say that we support this portion of the recommendation. We support the division's recommendation to go with the 20% allocation. And if there's undersubscribed units, that we then support the ability to reallocate those permits. So that's my motion, just that part of the recommendation.
I can second that.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Braden to accept the division's recommendation on the youth allocation process, seconded by Bryce. All in favor? So that's 8. All opposed? 1. So that passes 8-1. Scott, do you want to say?
That doesn't quite add up.
Oh, 9. I apologize. 9-1. Yeah. Yeah. John was hiding behind you when I was counting.
I just would prefer to encourage them to a different weapon type. Knowing what's available, knowing what their draw odds are like, I would just encourage them to a different weapon type.
Okay, thank you. All right, we still have the balance on.
I'll make a motion on the general point, dedicated 100 point, being having to choose that be accepted as presented by the DWR.
Okay,
I'll second that.
so we got a motion by Eric to accept the dedicated 100 general season point recommendation and seconded by Scott. All in favor? So, so we got 2, 4, 6, 7. So 7 in favor. Those opposed? 3 opposed. Kellen, Braden, and Bryce. So those opposed, would you like to state your reason or not?
I've already stated it. It
You're
was
good?
selfishness is all.
And I did also, I feel like there's nothing wrong with the current point system, both bonus and preference.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I'd make a motion that we do not accept the recommendation for youth getting an extra preference point.
So we got a motion on the table by Josh to not accept the recommendation to give youth a bonus point, seconded by Scott. All in favor? 4, 6, 7, 8. 8 in favor. All opposed? 2 opposed. And would you like to state your reasons for being opposed?
Yeah, I think we're just going with what the division presented.
Okay.
I agree. It's a tough one, but support what division presented.
Okay, great. Passes 8-2. Okay. Will that cover everything, Lindy?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Okay, Chad, we know it's a good time when Chad's coming up to the table. Good time for,
It's the only time people are excited to see me.
so this is the CWMU and Landowner Association renewals and with public land.
I felt like it was pretty straightforward in the presentation. So if somebody wants to dive into any of it or has any questions, let's just get to it.
Mike, I've got a question. So Chad, in the presentation from the CWMU board, because I just had a question, there was a slide that you had in there that said that impacts for not approving the ones that were in this round. It was impacts of removing public lands within CWMUs could possibly put them under acreage or possibly the non-contiguous. So which of those in that round of ones, you know, whether it be West Hills, White Valley, Junction Valley, Causey Springs, George Creek, would be under acreage or remove non-contiguous? Were there any of those that were that way?
Let me pull up that presentation and see.
I think it was just like right after your definitions portion of your presentation from May.
You're talking the
or March.
advisory committee
The
one?
advisory committee had in March or whenever it was.
Yeah. So you have like on that one, like Riverview Ranch, which is now Cactus Ranch. That one is the one that's out in Box Elder and it's checkerboarded.
Yep.
So without that one wouldn't be, let's see if I can find if there's any others. Causey Spring has a variance to be an elk CWMU. They're under acreage, but that's kind of regardless of the public land. So I don't know that that one is applicable.
What about George Creek? How big is it without the BLM section that splits those two?
Yeah, George Creek would still be big enough. Yeah. So I think it's just that one from what I can tell, just looking at it real quick. At least this go around.
Okay.
Chad, we had a comment from the public about, I believe it was Junction Valley, that they're increasing they're asking for 5 more bull tags. But their percent success rate is like extremely low. What's the justification to give them 5 more bull tags when their success rate's so low?
Yeah, so it was 2 more bull tags.
Okay, 2 more.
Yeah, and that comment was accurate. It was based off of 1 year though. So that was just a poor hunting year, 2023. So traditionally when we've gone back, the biologist went back and looked at success rates clear back to 2017. They've had really good success rate and hunter satisfaction throughout that time. That landowner too is looking to use those as management bull tags. So it's not additional tags to hunt top end. It's more for management purposes.
So would both of those tags be private tags, the additional?
Yes.
So they choose 90-10?
I believe so.
And that, like last year, it was really low. The year before, it was like 60%. So I don't know if that's because they're not filling their own tags or is.
Yeah, so when we broke it out, we looked at the public hunter success. The public hunter success was high. I think there's since 2017, there's 2 years that they haven't harvested. The other year they didn't harvest was hunter choice. They had opportunity. 2023 was really the year that the public hunter had a difficult hunt. They don't fill all those other tags with their private tags. So yeah.
Yeah, and not to belabor that, but that would mean 2017 to 2023, 6 hunting, 6 seasons, and 3 of them 3 public didn't fill their tags.
No, it'd be 2 public and one more by choice.
Okay. Which means they don't have the quality. Maybe.
It depends.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, that, as discussed earlier, that is from individual to individual, what you're looking for.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Questions from the audience for Chad? Okay, I'll turn it over to Jason.
All right, thanks, Mike. We had 11 respondents to the question, which just best describes your position regarding the CWMU and LOA recommendations. We had 27% that strongly agreed, 18% that somewhat agreed, 9% were neutral, 18% somewhat disagreed, and 27% strongly disagreed, for a weighted average of 3. As far as comments go, we had 2 that support the CWMU program and 2 that oppose the CWMU program. And then there was a comment, as you mentioned, about the Junction Valley CWMU that you just discussed, and that's what I have.
Okay. All right, and I see we have no comment cards. I guess that's where we're at. So I'll bring it back for discussion. Chad, I do have one other question that I forgot. When I was looking through the proposed CWMUs, there's a lot of CWMUs that are still in Rich and Morgan and those units that are over objective that are taking far more bull tags than cow tags. And now I know that you said in your presentation that we can address that next spring, but I think that's the problem is we don't address it next spring. They come in and they sign their contract, their core, but then they don't ever up their tags. Like why would Ensign, I mean, why would Ensign take 80 cow tags and only 26 bull tags when their neighbor is taking 20 cow tags or 20 bull tags and only 12 cow tags? Like I think there's a disconnect there.
Yeah, and that's something that we tried to address with the CWMU rule. So the plan now is to take those to the CWMU Advisory Committee. We have a few metrics. One of them is if you're killing more bulls than cows on an over objective. So those will come to the CWMU Advisory Committee in February, March timeframe. It'll get discussed then, and then that'll get us in a better position for when the antlerless recommendations are there, that we can have the advisory committee having looked at it and having a recommendation as well. It is, I agree. I put it out there in this packet because I think it is part of the renewal application of what the intent is going into this, right? So I thought it was important information to put in there so it can be considered. And I guess if there's heartburn and you don't feel like it's going to get addressed in the spring and you want to make a different motion on some of those tonight, then I guess that's a potential. But yeah, the timing of it, I just don't know how else to do it besides to do it that way.
Okay. And as a person that sits on that committee, I would love it to just be, I mean, hopefully, I mean, so what you're saying is you feel like the new rule gives the division enough bite that they can direct the CWMUs better. And
Yeah.
what we're seeing here is a lag.
Well, but potentially sometimes on these, the biologist that's out there working with them feels like that's what can be handled. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's, a negotiation. But I think we can hash that out a lot better in that setting.
With the variance committee.
Yeah, with the variance committee.
Or the advisory committee,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yep. I
Should know
call it
what
the
it's
same
called.
thing, so I just echoed you.
And I would argue just the opposite. When we pass the COR, it's done and nobody has to look at it again. It's one of the many things that just irritate me to no end about this program. In general, I'm supportive of both of them, but I can't vote for it tonight. There's just so many little odds and ends that just drive me berserk about it, that if our vote really mattered, I'd have to reconsider, right? But just as making a statement that I hate this, I got to vote against it. I know it just went through committee. It just came out of committee, just got revised. And there's still so many little odds and ends like this that didn't get dealt with that just makes me sick to my stomach.
That's why I went through it. I felt the same way just because, we're going through it and I'm like, I mean, wow, that guy's doing his work, but the next door neighbor's not. And then they're signing an agreement with the division, the cooperative agreement, but we got people that aren't cooperating. And then we got the biologist that's there and he has to live with these people and work with them and he has to have a good relationship with them. And if he burns those bridges, then that's where the issues come in. And hopefully that's when the advisory committee can come in and be the mediator, is what you're essentially saying and what I'm understanding.
Yeah, and I think too, this year it is a little bit of a lag because we have these that are renewing right now that we didn't have a chance to talk about in the spring. But this spring, we're going to be talking about them all, including the ones that renew next summer. So I think at that point, then you have an advisory committee that's making a recommendation and the RAC's making recommendations and the wildlife board making recommendations that then when that person goes to renew, hopefully it's set to the right number. So I agree this year, like we didn't do that. And so we have renewal applications that for the most part, they're static to what they've always been. And hopefully with the new rule and we can start up in February, March timeframe and just really hammer those details out and going forward that it's a better process.
Okay. That makes me feel a little better. Thanks, Chad. Any more discussion, Eric?
Maybe these are more just comments to Chad or maybe it should go to, I forgot his name. Who's the one that's Kobe, since he's kind of in charge of that little group. What happens, one thing when the presenter points to the screen, if you're watching it online, you don't see where they're pointing. I know they pointed a couple of times to this is the public land that's included in where it's at. And I actually had to do lots of searching, trying to figure out exactly where that was. I actually called one of the operators to find out, hey, what portion was that was in there? So maybe just, so it can be identified when people are watching it online. I don't know if that can be done or not. And then the other part with the enforceable boundary, if that could be explained, why. I know it got asked on a couple of those. Was it a fence? Was it the road? Which then it was the creek line that was there. I think one of them was the ridge line. But then one of them, which was George Creek, well, it's an enforceable boundary, but it's an accessible piece of BLM. What was the enforceable boundary? So if that could be defined by the operators to why they want to have it included, or by the biologist, to say, hey, this is why we want to do it, because it helps us. That would help those of us who have some concerns why public land is being included in, to understand that better.
Yeah, good suggestions. And I think at least on one of the years that we did have that, we'll make sure that we capture all that. And on George Creek specifically, I think on that one, they trade land that's higher up and actually more acreage than what they take in. So that one is enforceable boundary, but I think most people find that specifically on that one, that the private land is higher quality than what they're getting. So.
And on that George Creek one, it almost looks like the appearance of including the BLM is to have that non-contiguous section in there, but then the trade land kind of offsets that. But to me, just the appearance of, we need that BLM section to have both halves of that CWMU, which then to me is not the way the rule is on the non-contiguous, and that the BLM is there to include that in.
Yep, good questions.
Good question. Is George Creek being renewed? Well, you're welcome to vote against that renewal. That's why it's here. I mean, if you have concerns, that's why this process, isn't that part of it, or we can't vote on the renewal.
Oh yeah, you can vote on any of these. I will say on George Creek, where the main chunk is, the way we did the rule is that the BLM doesn't have to connect them, and they could just take that out and then not have the trade land and have that separate chip.
Because it doesn't have to be contiguous anymore, and their main chunk is large enough to stand alone. Yeah. So,
Mike, before you kind of raised the point, I didn't think about this before you raised it, but of the ones up for renewal, how many are in northeastern Utah over objective or in that general region? Like I wish I would have spent time figuring that out beforehand. Can you kind of point us to those, Chad? Because I think it's really important that hunters are harvesting over objective elk, especially in that region. So that is a concern for sure.
Our big renewal year was last year. So Causey Springs is in Morgan South Rich. Woodruff Creek South is in.
I'm trying to find it. It's
Woodruff Creek South too. Strawberry Ridge is in 2 different units. It borders. So one of them's in over objective. The other one's, I think, at objective.
This just tells acreage.
That's it.
And Chad, how many antlerless permits are there for each of those?
Oh,
Yeah, Causey Springs is 0.
Causey Springs has 5 antlerless.
5 elk and 1 bull.
What was the other one I said?
Strawberry.
Woodruff Creek South has 8 antlerless. Did I say another one? And Strawberry Ridge is
10.
the one that's on both, has 10.
2. So those aren't huge CWMUs taking huge numbers of elk.
Strawberry Ridge has 20 bull tags and 10 cow tags. And Woodruff Creek South has 8 cow tags and 20 bull tags. And I don't remember what the other one was you
Yeah.
said.
It's Strawberry Ridge is 18.
Causey Springs was, it has, I think, 10 and 5.
Yeah, 10 and 5.
Yeah. They need to be killing more cows.
So, and I know specifically Strawberry Ridge, I remember talking to a biologist about that one, and where it's on 2 different units, the issue that they have is everybody will hunt the unit that we don't need the harvest on. It's an easier hunt on that side. So if they took more, they would just be killing more. I think it's on the cache side.
Can't the operator stipulate which side they hunt?
It's in our rule. He got the whole unit to hunt.
Oh.
Yeah, so we'd have to change something there to get harvest. Yeah. The other ones are they're a little bit smaller CWMUs, so I think you have a little bit more of a migrating herd that goes through them. So it's, yeah.
It was
Cows
Causey,
aren't-
Strawberry, and what was the third?
Woodruff Creek South and Causey Springs.
So, but only the bulls migrate through, so they can shoot 20. I mean, I think that's where, I know we beat up on this a lot, and I think that's where the disconnect comes from the people. Like, I have people that call me and stop by and talk to me, and there's a disconnect there. Like
They get to
when they see those numbers, that just doesn't make sense to them.
Yeah.
It makes sense. It makes sense because they don't want to kill the cows, so the bulls are there. That's
Yeah.
why, right? That's the sense that it makes.
Yes, that's true.
Right, but as we saw last year, hunters need to be killing these elk. End of story. Like, so what is it going to take to get more cow tags than to take more cow tags? Because I think that's the issue.
This is something we talked about a lot in the rule is these ones that are on a general season unit. At some point, if you ask them to take too many cow tags, then they can get their bull tags, and then
You said that when we brought up the Deseret property, and it's like they get what, 90 bull tags? They're making so much money on those 90 bull tags. They would never walk away from this program, is my position.
And Deseret, yeah, and Deseret kills 300 cows for us too. So some of these smaller ones,
I think it's 380, right?
310 is
310
is what they get.
310.
But some of these smaller ones that they don't kill that many. If they have the bulls there during archery season, and well, during all 3 seasons, they can just split those up and then they can get private land only or mitigation tags and actually sell those.
But then would they actually kill the elk, and you wouldn't be over objective and having an elk herd that damages the resource? You know, I mean, that's kind of the conflict there. And I think that maybe the appropriate place is to do this in the advisory committee where we can like lay it out. Look, it's a cooperative wildlife management unit. It's cooperative. And so if you're not going to cooperate, maybe this isn't the program for you. And you do go sell your tags, go hunt during the general season and do it if you're not going to cooperate. And I think that some would leave, and I think some would say, okay, give me a few more cow tags and let's just get on with this.
And it is hard. I agree with what you're saying, and it's hard to know which ones would stay and which ones would go. So I agree. I think this is a great conversation for the advisory committee. It's an open public meeting, so anybody's welcome to come. There is public comment at it too. So just throwing it out there, that I think it's a great place to have those conversations.
The advisory committee is not unlike us in that it has no teeth.
They make recommendations to the wildlife board. I think
Toothless recommendations like us.
I don't know that I would agree with that.
The time, if you're going to make a deal, it's when they're signing the COR. That's the only time. Beyond that, it's a recommendation, right? It's if you're willing, great. But the only tooth you have is when they're renewing the COR. Prove me otherwise.
I don't think we've seen a lot of recommendations from the advisory committee to the wildlife board. And I agree, like the COR is the time. And next year, everyone that doesn't hit those criteria is going to come to the advisory committee. And so at that time, the advisory committee, like even on some of these, maybe with Causey Springs, they say you got to kill at least 10 bulls. And if they, then that's the recommendation. Then going forward, we know what the advisory committee and the board has said. And so when they're renewing, we have that number, and now they're more in compliance, right? I think I have hope on this one that there is more teeth. The advisory committee will make recommendations. There's going to be some hard conversations there, but I think in a large part, when you look at the board and even RACs, any committee, their recommendations are generally supported by the RAC and the board. So I think if the advisory committee comes by and comes through there and says, hey, you got to double your cow tags, all of you guys, I would think that most of the times that would be the board would go along with that recommendation. At least I'm hopeful for that. So.
Yeah, my contention is the advisory committee is not likely to do that. Given the history of the numbers that are showing on that spreadsheet.
So they haven't weighed in on that. They haven't weighed in on the past.
This isn't a new problem this year, Chad. This isn't the first time this has been discussed.
Right. But the advisory committee has not had the ability. The 1 year we looked at it and we brought some people in, and it was like 5-6 years ago. But they have not ever sat down and said, this is our recommendation for cow tags. So specifically, they have not ever gone there. So this year, but this year it's with the new rule change, they will.
And
like
before
that will happen.
Before they couldn't. Now it's in rule. Before, when we brought them in before, it's like, we need you guys to kill more cows. And they're like, yeah, well, no, we're not gonna. But now the advisory committee can make the recommendation to the wildlife board. Before the advisory committee couldn't make that recommendation. At least that was the way it was presented. But now with the last rule change that Chad did, I mean, I think that there could be more teeth. We'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, any more discussion on this? I want to beat the Northern RAC. So let's get on with it.
I do have one more comment though on this. And I understand what Scott's saying, and I think from a land management side as well, that when Chad brings this to us, it's more of an informational thing because it's been voted on by an advisory committee that goes to the wildlife board. And so when they bring this to us and we make recommendations, where do those go other than in the record? So that, and I think that if we make recommendations, then they should be able to go back to the advisory board for CWMUs to then go to the wildlife board to be voted on, or to be, those changes be made. And I hope that that's what we're using this for, not to pick on Chad and, beat him down for, things that are in here. But I mean, I feel the same frustration. If I were to make a motion to remove the BLM section out of George Creek because it's a standalone with their original piece, not to have the additional piece there. And then is it, I remember hearing the discussion in that advisory council saying, well, the opportunity for the public to hunt. And then there was a comment, well, if 15 hunters go onto that piece, and it wasn't George, it was another one, but if they go onto the public land, their experience isn't very good, but it's an opportunity for 15 versus an opportunity for one public to be able to use that public land during the hunting season. And that's where I have the heartburn on public land being included, especially if it's not for an enforceable boundary, if it's for an additional chunk of private to be used, and they say, well, we're going to trade it out for this other ground, it still takes away from the public and putting some constraints on there. And so if I were to make that motion, does it go anywhere tonight? Probably not. but if it makes it back to the advisory council to then be brought forward, that's where I think that it has to go forward. And maybe it's, us making that jaunt up there, in February or March to make those comments.
Yeah, and as the chair, the way I understand it, that's how it'd have to happen because we only advise the wildlife board. We don't advise the other committees, but yeah.
So if you're looking for a motion, I would make a motion to accept these as presented because that's basically all that we can do, and then, and move forward from there. So I would make a motion that we accept the CWMU proposals as presented by the DWR.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
So we got a motion by Eric to accept as presented, second by John. All in favor? Seven in favor, all opposed? 3 opposed? And
Oh, sorry.
yeah. So passes 7-3. Would you like to state your reason for opposition, Scott or Josh or no? I already said enough.
Yeah, I would say in units where we're over objective, there has to be more buy-in and participation from the DWR. And until that happens, it's hard to get behind this program.
Great. You okay? All right. That's all we have on our agenda. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved by Scott, we're adjourned.